I never thought anything bad would happen when I booked the cabin. I'd been working too much and barely sleeping. My eyes burned from staring at computer screens, and my back always hurt from sitting too long. I needed to get away from the city and the noise and the lights. So when I found this old cabin for rent on a quiet website that listed private places, it seemed perfect. It was buried deep in a forest up north. No neighbors for miles. Just a dirt road leading up to it and a promise of complete peace. I packed up my SUV with food, water, a portable generator, and other supplies. I brought books, a notepad, a small hatchet, a hand-cranked radio, my hiking boots, and a pump-action shotgun I kept locked up at home, just in case. I didn't think I'd need it, but when you're going deep into the woods alone, it doesn't hurt to be careful. The drive took about 6 hours. The last part was slow and rough, just dirt and gravel, potholes big enough to crack tires, tree branches brushing the sides of the SUV. The trees got denser the farther I went, and I lost signal on my phone after about 20 minutes on that dirt road. I didn't think much of it. I wasn't there to scroll through my phone anyway. When I pulled up, the cabin was exactly how the pictures showed it. One story, wooden siding aged and cracked, moss climbing up the back wall, and a steep pitched roof. It had a little front porch with a bench, a small chimney, and one big window facing out toward a clearing. I stepped out of the car and took a deep breath. The air smelled different, purer, colder, like wet pine needles and damp leaves. The only sound was wind through the trees. No cars, no people, just silence. I walked around to get a feel for the place. The cabin had a tiny woodshed beside it, with chopped firewood stacked up inside. The back of the cabin sloped down toward a creek that curved through the woods. I could see animal prints in the soft ground. Deer maybe, or something bigger. Inside, it was small but enough. One bedroom with a cot-style bed, a wood stove, a tiny kitchen, and a narrow hallway that led to the bathroom. There was no running water, just a water tank I'd have to refill and a compost toilet. The windows were old, with locks that didn't work right. I brought bars to screw in for security just in case. I had no plans to leave once I was in. I unpacked and settled in the first night, made a small fire in the stove, cooked a can of soup on a propane burner, and read by lantern light. Felt good. The silence settled into me like a blanket. I didn't even mind the creaks and thuds of the old wood adjusting to the night air. I slept well. The first 2 days were perfect. I chopped firewood, walked along the creek, wrote in my notebook, and cooked simple meals. I sat on the porch in the morning with coffee, listening to birds and squirrels in the trees. Felt like I'd stepped outside of time. No responsibilities, no stress, just trees, sky, and air. The third night, things started to feel different. I was lying in bed with the lantern off, the fire just embers now. It was cold, and I had blankets up to my chin. I wasn't quite asleep, just hovering between thoughts, when I heard something outside. It wasn't the trees or an animal stepping on leaves. It was a dull thump, then a pause, then another thump. It was slow, deliberate, like someone or something testing each footstep. I sat up slowly. My heart started pounding without warning. I waited. Silence. I got out of bed, careful not to make noise. I crept to the window, moving the curtain aside just an inch. The outside was pitch black. I couldn't see anything but the outline of the trees. I waited another few seconds, holding my breath, but heard nothing. Maybe a branch fell. Maybe an animal wandered too close. I told myself that, but I couldn't shake the feeling something had been out there, watching. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. No tracks. Nothing looked disturbed, but the ground was frozen in spots, so prints wouldn't show clearly unless it rained or snowed. Still, I found nothing and chalked it up to paranoia. That afternoon, I went for a longer walk. I followed the creek upstream, through thicker woods. I found an old trail, barely visible, and followed it for half a mile before turning back. I got the weird feeling I was being watched, but I kept dismissing it. It's easy to get paranoid when you're alone in the woods. That night, I didn't sleep as easily. I kept the shotgun next to my bed, even though I still told myself there was no reason to. I kept the lantern on, too, just turned low. Then, at around 2 a.m., I woke up again. This time the sound wasn't a thump. It was a soft, scraping noise right outside the front wall of the cabin. It sounded like someone dragging something across the siding. Slowly, not scratching, more like a tool or branch. Then I heard a single step on the porch. I sat up in the dark, eyes wide open. The fire had gone out. I could see my breath. I held the shotgun tight and listened. No more sounds came, just silence. Eventually, I got up, turned the lantern up, and looked outside again. Nothing. But when I stepped outside in the morning to check, I noticed something I couldn't ignore. Near the front steps, some dirt had been disturbed. Not a full footprint, but something had definitely pressed into the frozen leaves. I followed the trail around the cabin, but it faded near the back wall, where the moss grew thicker. That day, I stayed close. I kept the shotgun with me while chopping wood. I didn't write or read much. My nerves were fraying. I didn't feel alone anymore. That evening, I tried to start the generator to charge my lanterns, but it wouldn't start. Sputtered once, then died. I checked the fuel, it was full. The plug wires were still tight. Nothing looked broken. It just wouldn't run. I tried for nearly an hour before giving up. So I used the last of my battery-powered lights and prepared for the night. I didn't plan on sleeping much. Around midnight, I was still awake, staring at the ceiling. I had the shotgun on the bed next to me. I kept listening. The forest was silent. Then I heard the back door creak. I froze. I knew I'd locked it. I bolted it from the inside, but I still heard the hinges groan like something had pushed against it. A second later, I heard footsteps. Inside. Slow. Steady. One at a time. My blood went cold. I sat up, grabbed the shotgun, and stayed still, heart hammering in my ears. The footsteps stopped. I aimed the barrel toward the hallway. I was shaking. For a full minute, nothing happened. Then the footsteps started again. Closer. I stood up fast and shouted, even though I wasn't supposed to say anything. The words just came out raw and panicked. I flipped the lantern all the way up, flooding the room with light. The footsteps stopped again. I crept down the hall, shotgun raised, every breath short and sharp. The hallway was empty. The back door was shut tight. I checked the bolt, it was still locked. There was no one inside. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I checked everything again. Nothing looked touched. The bolt hadn't moved, but I couldn't explain what I heard. I knew what footsteps sounded like. That wasn't the wind. That wasn't my mind playing tricks. Something was out there. Something was watching me, maybe more than one. I packed my bag. I planned to leave, but when I got to my SUV, I found all 4 tires slashed. Not popped, slashed. Deep cuts through the sidewalls. Someone had used a knife or a blade of some kind. That's when I knew I was being hunted. I walked back inside, locked the doors, and started coming up with a plan. I had enough food for another week if I rationed it. Water from the creek. I had the shotgun and about 20 shells. I could hold out if I stayed alert. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to make it easy for them to see me. I sat in the dark with the shotgun across my lap, listening. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard the sound again. Not footsteps this time. Whispering. Not voices. Just the sound of someone breathing hard through their nose. Long, slow inhales right outside the window. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just waited. The breathing went on for 5 minutes. Then it stopped. The next morning, I found a pile of small rocks stacked neatly on the porch, each one perfectly balanced, like some kind of sign. I knocked them over and stayed inside the whole day. That night, the attacks began. First, it was a loud bang on the side of the cabin, then another, then a crack against the window. I loaded shells into the shotgun and crouched by the stove. The sounds kept going for an hour, then silence again. I waited in the dark all night. Every day it got worse. On the 6th day, I saw someone, just a shape, human but fast, darting between trees about 30 yards from the clearing. I raised the gun and aimed, but they were gone. Couldn't believe it. I felt like I was going crazy. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I barricaded the windows with firewood and furniture. I set up traps outside. I was looking for peace. That's all I wanted. Just a few days off-grid, away from everyone, with no phone, no work, no noise. I had been pushing myself too hard for months, and I needed a break before my body gave up on me. I didn't want a resort or some busy campground. I wanted silence. I wanted to be somewhere I could feel the wind in the trees and hear my own breathing. So I rented a remote hunting cabin I found listed on a small website. It was in the mountains of northern Idaho, miles away from any real town. The pictures looked old but decent enough. It had no electricity, no running water, and no cell service. Just a small wood stove, a creek nearby, and a tiny outhouse. That's exactly what I wanted. I drove 6 hours to get there, through winding roads that got narrower the closer I got. The last stretch was nothing more than a gravel path cutting through thick woods. My truck barely made it over some of the rocks and ruts. When I finally pulled up, the sun was starting to drop behind the trees. The cabin looked smaller than I expected. Just a single room with a little porch, a pitched roof, and a chimney on the side. The wood was gray and weathered, and the door hung slightly crooked. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, but I liked that. It meant no one would bother me. The air was clean, the forest was still, and everything felt calm. I unlocked the door with the key the owner had mailed to me and stepped inside. The inside smelled like dust and old wood. There was a narrow bed against the far wall with a thin mattress, a small table with 2 chairs, and a little iron stove with a pile of chopped logs beside it. A few hooks on the walls for coats, a rusted lantern hanging from a beam, and that was it. No pictures, no decorations, just plain and quiet. I unpacked my food and supplies, lit a candle, and started a small fire in the stove to knock off the chill. That first night, I sat by the fire with a book, listening to the wind outside. I felt peaceful for the first time in months. No traffic, no neighbors, no screens. Just the crackle of wood and the sounds of the forest. When I went to bed, it was cold and the mattress was thin, but I didn't care. I slept deeply. The next morning, I stepped out onto the porch with a tin cup of instant coffee and just stood there. The trees were tall and thick, and the air smelled like pine and damp earth. I walked down to the creek, washed my face in the freezing water, then came back and ate breakfast. I planned to do nothing all day, maybe fish a little, maybe hike around. But then I saw something odd. Just before noon, I decided to explore the trail behind the cabin. The owner had said it led up into a ridge where there used to be an old fire lookout. As I was walking along the path, I saw boot prints in the dirt, fresh ones. They weren't mine. I looked back and checked. My boots left a different pattern. These were wider, flatter, and deeper in the toe. Someone else had been walking here and not long ago. The dirt was still damp from morning dew, and the prints hadn't dried. I paused. This place was supposed to be isolated. I hadn't passed another car or person for at least 2 hours before reaching the cabin. There was nothing around. No other cabins, no campsites, nothing. Just wilderness. Still, I figured it could have been the owner or someone else using the trail. It didn't have to be anything. I kept walking. A few minutes later, I saw something else. A broken branch, freshly snapped, about head height. It still had green sap leaking from the wood. Then a cigarette butt on the ground. Still smelled faintly of smoke. I don't smoke. That bothered me. I stopped and looked around. The forest was quiet, but not silent. A few birds, some distant creaks from swaying trees, but nothing human. I stood still for maybe 2 full minutes, just listening. Then I turned around and walked back. I didn't feel scared yet, just cautious. I wasn't expecting to share this place with anyone. Back at the cabin, I checked around the outside. Nothing disturbed. My truck was still where I left it. Nothing was missing or broken. I told myself it was just a hiker passing through. Maybe someone else knew the trail and used it sometimes. But the prints were close, maybe a half hour ahead of me at most. That night, I lit the lantern and read by the fire again. But I kept hearing sounds outside. Small ones, twigs snapping. Maybe an animal, I thought. A deer or raccoon. But every time I looked out the window, I saw nothing, just darkness and trees. At one point, maybe around 11 p.m., I thought I heard footsteps on the gravel by the truck. I froze and turned off the lantern. My heart thumped in my chest. I sat in the dark, listening. The fire had burned low, casting faint orange light across the floor. I couldn't hear anything else. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, staring at the door, until I finally got up and locked it. I hadn't done that the first night. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up thinking I heard something. A knock, a creak, breathing, probably just in my head. The next morning, I stepped out and walked around. Nothing looked disturbed, but when I checked the edge of the woods, I found something I didn't like. A pile of ashes and burnt wood just off the trail. Someone had made a fire there recently, not more than a day old. Bits of charred foil and a half-burnt food wrapper. That's when I knew someone was out here, and they weren't using the cabin. They were camping close by and hadn't said a word. Maybe hiding, maybe watching. I packed my bag and considered leaving, but I told myself it might be nothing, just a hunter or a drifter. I could cut the trip short, but it would feel like quitting. I decided to give it one more day, but I stayed close to the cabin, and I kept a hatchet within reach, just in case. That afternoon, I sat on the porch for hours, listening, watching. The wind moved the trees. The sun came and went behind clouds. And at one point, I swear I saw movement in the woods across the clearing. Just for a second, a shadow between the trunks. Too far to make out clearly, but definitely shaped like a person. I stared and waited, but it didn't move again. I kept watching until it got dark. I didn't light the lantern that night. I didn't even start a fire. I sat in silence, in the dark, holding the hatchet, listening to the woods. Every sound felt sharp and close. Every snap of a branch felt like a threat. Sometime around 2 a.m. I heard it. Footsteps, not animals, human, slow, careful, on the gravel, right by the truck again. Then closer, crunching leaves, then nothing. I held my breath. My hand gripped the handle of the hatchet so tightly my palm ached. I sat there, not moving. The moon was out, casting dim light through the window. That's when I saw a shape pass by it. A head, shoulders, moving slowly. Someone was outside the cabin, just feet away. They paused at the window. I didn't move, didn't even blink. Then the shape moved on toward the back of the cabin. I stood up silently and stepped toward the door. Still nothing. I waited. Then I heard it. The back window, the faintest creak. Not breaking, opening. Someone was trying to come in. I rushed to the back with the hatchet raised. Not thinking, just acting. I slammed the wooden shutter closed and shoved the edge of the table against it. I didn't hear anything else. No voice, no footsteps retreating, nothing. I stood there until dawn. When the sun finally came up, I grabbed everything I had and threw it into the truck. I didn't eat. I didn't check the trail. I just drove. I bounced over rocks and potholes, my hands shaking the whole time. When I finally hit the paved road, I kept driving until I reached a gas station with a phone. I called the sheriff. I told them everything. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I gave them directions, told them about the fire pit, the footprints, the noises, the window. They took it seriously, but I never heard back. A few days later, the owner of the cabin emailed me. He said the sheriff's office found signs of a squatter. Someone had been living out in the woods nearby, using an old tent and moving between cabins and trails. They found a stash of canned food and some tools. No ID. The person was gone. Vanished. The sheriff told the owner they'd keep looking, but they never found the person. Just signs, footprints, scattered ashes, knife marks on trees. I didn't go back. I never will. Sometimes I still think about it. How long had they been there? Were they watching me the whole time? Were they waiting for me to leave? Or were they planning something else? I'll never know. But one thing is clear. That cabin wasn't empty when I got there. It just looked that way. I had always been the type of person who loved the idea of escaping the city's chaos and retreating to some quiet cabin in the woods. The thought of being completely isolated, surrounded by nature, gave me a sense of peace. But that peace quickly turned into a feeling of unease the moment I arrived at the cabin. The drive up was long. I had to take a winding dirt road that seemed to go on forever, deeper and deeper into the forest. My phone had no service, which was a bit unsettling. It didn't help that the sun had started to set just as I pulled up. The last thing I wanted was to be stuck in an unfamiliar place with no way of contacting anyone. The cabin itself wasn't much to look at. It was small and rustic, with old wooden beams and a porch that looked like it hadn't been swept in years. The windows were slightly fogged, making it hard to see inside. But it was the only cabin for miles, and I had rented it for the weekend, hoping to spend a few days alone with my thoughts. I grabbed my bags from the car and stepped up onto the porch. The boards creaked under my weight, making me wince. It didn't feel like a friendly creak, but more like a warning. The door was unlocked, which was strange, but I pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was musty, smelling of old wood and mildew. It looked like no one had been there for a while. A few dusty pieces of furniture were scattered around. A sofa covered in a faded quilt, an old wooden coffee table, a small kitchen with dishes still left in the sink. I didn't know why I expected anything more. It was a cabin, after all. It wasn't supposed to be luxurious. The first thing I did was start a fire in the fireplace. I was already feeling the chill of the evening air, and there was something comforting about the warmth of the flames. The crackling sound filled the silence, and I sat down on the couch, trying to shake off the discomfort that was settling in my chest. I had planned on reading a book, but as the fire burned, I kept hearing strange sounds coming from outside, branches snapping, leaves rustling. It wasn't unusual, considering the area was filled with trees, but there was something different about it. It sounded like something was moving around out there, something big. I tried to dismiss it. Maybe it was just a deer or some other animal, but the noise didn't stop. It went on for hours, long after the sun had set and the moon had risen high in the sky. Eventually, the fire burned down to embers, and I decided to go to bed. The cabin had a single bedroom with a queen-sized bed, covered in a heavy, old blanket. I lay down, staring at the ceiling, trying to ignore the unease that gnawed at me. It was around midnight when I first heard it. A knock on the door. It was quiet at first, barely audible, but then it came again, louder, and then a third knock. I froze. My heart raced. I wasn't expecting anyone. I didn't even know if the cabin was part of a neighborhood. For all I knew, I could have been miles from the nearest person. I stayed perfectly still, listening for more sounds. But everything was silent again. No more knocks, just the steady sound of the wind outside and the occasional crack of a branch. I thought about calling the authorities or driving down to the nearest town, but I was in the middle of nowhere, and I didn't want to make any rash decisions. I convinced myself it was probably some animal, or maybe a branch had fallen and hit the door. The next morning, I woke up early, the sunlight streaming through the curtains. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, trying to shake off the lingering feeling of discomfort from the night before. I spent the day walking around the cabin, exploring the small clearing where it sat. It was peaceful out here, the birds chirping and the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. I tried to focus on the beauty of the place, but something kept pulling at the back of my mind. The silence. It was the type of silence that felt wrong. Too quiet. There was no buzzing of insects, no distant calls from birds, no hum of a passing car or plane. Just stillness. A stillness that made my skin crawl. Later that afternoon, as I was sitting on the porch, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A figure in the distance, standing near the tree line, staring at the cabin. It was a man. I could see the shape of him, tall and thin, standing unervingly still. I blinked, and when I looked back, he was gone. Panic shot through me. My first instinct was to grab my things and leave, but I wasn't sure if I should risk driving down that dirt road again. I had no phone service, and I didn't know where I could go. Instead, I locked all the doors and windows and stayed inside for the rest of the day. But the unease only grew. That night, the knocking came again. 3 distinct knocks, just as before. But this time, I couldn't ignore it. I grabbed a kitchen knife and slowly made my way to the door, heart pounding in my chest. I opened the door, but no one was there. Nothing but the dark, empty woods stretching out in front of me. I stood there for a long moment, frozen in fear. And then, I heard it. A noise from behind me, coming from inside the cabin. My blood ran cold. I turned slowly, gripping the knife tighter, but there was nothing there. Only the shadowed interior of the cabin. I checked every room, every closet, under the furniture, but nothing was out of place. I couldn't explain what I was feeling, but I knew something wasn't right. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed awake, listening to the sounds outside and praying that whatever was out there would leave me alone. The next morning, I packed up and left. I never did find out who was knocking on my door or why I felt so watched, but I left that cabin with a sense of finality, certain that I had never been truly alone in those woods. I rented a cabin up north in a small town in Michigan at the edge of the forest. I needed a break. I was burned out from work, barely sleeping, and just mentally drained. It wasn't anything dramatic. I didn't have a meltdown or anything like that. I just started getting this feeling like I couldn't breathe anymore. Work, noise, people, screens. I needed to get away from all of it. I found the cabin through a listing online. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small 1-bedroom place, wooden exterior, tin roof, and a porch that looked out into a thick patch of forest. It sat off a narrow gravel road about 20 minutes from the nearest gas station. I liked that. I didn't want to see anyone. I just wanted a place where I could sit for a few days and hear nothing but wind through the trees. I packed up my car, stopped for groceries on the way, just basic stuff like bread, eggs, cans of soup, and some bottled water, and made it to the cabin by late afternoon. It was the middle of September, right when the air starts turning cool and the leaves start to change, but not cold enough yet to be uncomfortable. The place was clean enough. Small kitchen, bathroom with a rust-stained shower, and a living room with a couch that smelled faintly like mildew. I checked the locks on the doors and windows and settled in. I brought a few books and my old camping journal. I didn't want to touch my phone unless it was an emergency, so I turned it off and tossed it in the drawer. The first night was fine, quiet. I made eggs on the stove, ate them slowly, and sat on the porch until it got too dark to see. There was no TV, so I went to bed early. I thought maybe I'd finally get a decent night's sleep without the glow of screens or traffic outside my window. But something about the place felt strange. Not haunted or anything stupid like that, just watched. I don't know how else to describe it. I chalked it up to being in a new place by myself. The first few nights in the woods can mess with your head, especially if you're used to city life. That first night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of something tapping the window near the bed. It was a light tapping like a stick hitting glass. I froze and just listened. Came again. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up slowly and looked toward the window, but it was too dark to see anything outside. There were no streetlights out here, and the moon wasn't out. I told myself it was probably a branch swaying in the wind. I waited a few more minutes, heart pounding in my ears, but the sound stopped. I eventually laid back down and drifted off. The next morning, I went outside to check the window, and sure enough, there was a tree nearby with a low-hanging branch that could have hit the glass if the wind blew just right. That made me feel a little better. I went for a walk down the gravel road later that day, just to clear my head and stretch my legs. There weren't any other houses in sight, just woods and road and the occasional patch of wildflowers. By the third night, I was more relaxed. I cooked some soup, wrote in my journal, and went out to the porch with a blanket. I sat there for maybe an hour, just listening to the wind and the rustling of animals in the underbrush. But then I started hearing something different. It wasn't wind or animals. It sounded like footsteps on dry leaves. Not fast, not heavy, just a slow, crunching sound off to my right, just out of sight. I didn't move. I sat there, staring into the trees, trying to figure out what it was. It stopped after maybe 10 seconds. I waited a long time before going inside. I told myself it was probably a deer or something. Still, I locked the door and shut the curtains before I went to bed. Around midnight, I woke up again, this time to silence. The kind of silence that feels thick, like everything has stopped. No wind, no insects, just the still, tense quiet. Then I heard the door handle, the front door handle, slowly turning, not rattling, not jerking, just a soft, steady turn. Then it stopped. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay there under the blanket, listening. Nothing happened after that. I must have stayed awake for an hour just staring at the ceiling, waiting for something else. But it never came. Eventually, I passed out from exhaustion. When I got up in the morning, I checked the door. It was still locked. No sign of forced entry. No footprints on the porch that I could see. But I couldn't shake the feeling. Someone had tried to open that door. I was sure of it. I kept telling myself I was imagining things, that I was half asleep, that maybe the door shifted from temperature changes or something, but it didn't feel right. That day I stayed near the cabin. I didn't want to wander off too far. I kept looking out the window every few minutes, thinking I'd see someone standing at the edge of the woods, but I didn't. Not that day. On the 5th day, I decided to leave. Something about the place didn't sit right with me anymore. I started packing up around noon. That's when I noticed the footprints behind the cabin. I hadn't been back there since I arrived. The grass and dirt were soft, and there were clear prints, boot prints, not animal. They led from the woods to the back wall of the cabin and stopped right under the bedroom window. They weren't mine. I stood there for a long time just staring at them. There were about 4 prints, all facing the window like someone had stood there for a while. Then they turned back and disappeared into the trees. I didn't go after them. I didn't want to know how far they went. That confirmed everything I had been trying to ignore. Someone was watching the cabin, maybe more than once, and they got close enough to try the door, close enough to stand outside the window in the middle of the night. I threw my stuff into the car without organizing it. I just shoved it all in and got behind the wheel. I didn't even eat breakfast. I backed down the gravel road, turned around, and started driving out of there. But about a mile down the road, I saw something strange. It was a pickup truck, pulled just slightly off to the side, partly hidden in a ditch. It looked old, beat up, rusted around the wheel wells, and covered in leaves and dirt like it hadn't moved in a while. But what bothered me was the way it was parked. It wasn't just left there. It was angled, hidden, like someone wanted to keep it out of view from anyone driving by. The windows were tinted dark, too dark, and I could feel my heart starting to race again. I slowed the car and looked as I passed. No plates on the front bumper. I didn't stop. I just kept going. But my hands were shaking on the wheel, and my mind was racing. Had that truck been there before? I didn't remember seeing it on the drive-in. Maybe it came while I was at the cabin. Maybe it had something to do with the footprints. The thought made my stomach feel sick. I made it to the gas station back in town and pulled into the lot. I sat there for a while, trying to calm myself down. I looked in the rearview mirror more times than I can count. I finally got out and went into the store. I told the clerk I was heading home and bought a coffee for the road. He didn't seem to think much of me, just gave a nod and went back to stacking shelves. I drove straight home that day. I didn't stop except for gas and a bathroom break. When I finally got back to my apartment that night, I locked the door behind me and just stood there for a long time, staring out the peephole. It felt strange to be back in a place with walls and noise and neighbors, but also safer in a way. That night, I slept with the lights on. I kept thinking about the footprints, about the door handle, about the tapping on the window, and that truck. I couldn't shake the image of it half hidden in the ditch. I kept wondering what would have happened if I had stayed one more night, if I hadn't woken up when I did, if I hadn't checked the window. I kept running different versions of the story in my head, all of them ending worse than what actually happened. A week later, I went online and looked up the area around the cabin. I found a local forum where people talked about things like hunting and camping. Buried deep in the threads, I found a post from a woman who had stayed in the same area a few months before me. Her story wasn't exactly the same, but it was similar. She mentioned hearing noises at night, seeing footprints around her tent. She also mentioned a truck parked near the trailhead when she left. No one replied to her post. I didn't add my own. I just logged off and shut my laptop. I never reported anything to the police. I didn't have a license plate number, didn't see anyone's face, and nothing was stolen. I just wanted to forget the whole thing. But I haven't been back to a cabin since, and I never will. I rented a cabin deep in the mountains of Colorado for a full week. I'd been needing a break from everything: work, city noise, people. Just the idea of waking up in a place where all I could hear were birds and wind moving through trees felt like exactly what I needed. I found the place online. It was isolated, buried in the middle of a forest on the side of a mountain. A solid 2-hour drive from the nearest town. The listing had a few blurry pictures, but it looked decent enough. Nothing fancy, just a small wood cabin with a bed, a kitchen, a fireplace, and no internet or cell signal. That was actually part of the appeal for me. I wanted to unplug. I got there on a Sunday afternoon. The drive up the mountain took longer than I expected. The road turned from pavement to gravel about 20 minutes in, and then it turned into dirt. There were parts where the road was barely wide enough for one car, and there was no guardrail, just a drop down the side of the mountain. I had to take it slow, driving in first gear most of the way. The cabin sat at the end of a narrow 1-lane trail that wound through thick forest. The trees were so tall they almost blocked out the sky. When I finally saw the cabin, I felt a bit of relief. It looked old but solid. A single-story structure made of grayish wood with a pitched metal roof. There was a front porch with a small bench and a woodpile stacked beside it. No other houses in sight, just forest and silence. The key was in a lockbox, as promised. I opened the door and stepped into a small living area. There was a wood stove, a table, a kitchenette, and a twin bed pushed against the far wall. The place smelled like old wood and dust, but it was clean. A few shelves held some canned food, and there was a small fridge running off a gas generator out back. I unpacked my bag and walked around the place. I opened the back door and saw the forest sloping down behind the cabin, thick with pine trees, moss, and tangled roots. You couldn't see more than 20 feet in any direction. The stillness was almost heavy. I spent that first day settling in. I started a fire in the wood stove to warm the place up and sat on the porch as the sun dropped behind the trees. It got dark fast, the kind of dark that city people don't really know. Not just a little dim pitch black. No street lights, no distant headlights, just pure, solid blackness outside the small bubble of the cabin. That first night was quiet. I read a paperback book by the light of a lantern and went to bed early. The bed was stiff, but I was tired from the drive and fell asleep fast. I woke up once in the night because I thought I heard something outside. It sounded like a stick snapping, just once, then nothing. I waited, listening, but didn't hear anything else, so I went back to sleep. The next morning, I made instant coffee and scrambled some eggs on the little gas burner. I took a walk around the area. I didn't go far, just maybe half a mile in a big loop around the cabin. The woods were thick, but peaceful. I saw deer tracks, squirrels, a woodpecker. The air smelled clean, pine needles, dirt, bark. There was a narrow trail that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I thought about following it deeper, but decided to leave that for later. The day passed slowly, which was exactly what I wanted. I spent the afternoon chopping some wood, reading, and sitting in a folding chair on the porch. I felt like I could finally breathe for the first time in months. But that night, things started to feel different. I was reading again, wrapped in a blanket near the stove, when I heard something outside. It was soft at first, like rustling. I turned the lantern low and listened. The rustling stopped. Then I heard something else, 3 slow, distinct knocks. Not on the door, on the outside wall of the cabin. I froze. I waited. The knocks didn't come again. I told myself it was probably a branch falling or an animal brushing up against the wall. But I didn't sleep much that night. Every little creak and groan of the cabin kept me on edge. I kept the fire going and stayed under the blankets, watching the shadows on the ceiling until I finally drifted off near morning. The next day, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I didn't see any signs of animals or branches against the wall. No scratch marks, no footprints. The ground was dry, and the leaves hadn't been disturbed. I checked the windows. All were shut and locked. I was unsettled, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe I had just imagined the knocks. Maybe I had half dreamed them. Still, something felt different. The forest didn't feel quite the same. It was quieter. No birds. No rustling in the trees. It was like everything had gone still. I walked down to the edge of the slope behind the cabin and looked around. That's when I saw it. A single boot print in the dirt. A large one, too large to be mine. The tread was deep, maybe from a heavy hiking boot. I didn't hear anyone approach the cabin the night before. I didn't hear footsteps leaving either. I walked the area in widening circles, trying to see if there were more prints, but the ground was too dry. Only that one, near the back wall of the cabin. I didn't know what to make of it. It didn't make sense for someone to hike all the way out here just to knock on my wall. There weren't even any nearby cabins for miles. I hadn't passed a single car on the way up. I spent the rest of the day alert. I kept looking out the windows, checking the treeline. I stopped reading. I didn't even sit on the porch. That night, I locked the front door and propped a chair under the handle just in case. I kept the fire going but let the lantern burn low. Around 1 a.m., I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate on the leaves outside. They circled the cabin. I held my breath. The footsteps stopped at the front door. I didn't move. I sat completely still, not even blinking. Then came the knocks again. This time, softer, like someone was dragging their knuckles down the wood. I didn't go to the door. I didn't speak. I just waited. Minutes passed. The sound didn't come again. I finally moved to the window and peeked through the curtain. I couldn't see anything but black trees and my own reflection in the glass. I stayed up the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I grabbed my knife from my backpack. I didn't bring a gun, something I now regretted. I decided I needed to hike out and get help or at least drive into town. But when I walked to my truck, I saw something that made my stomach twist. My rear tires were flat, both of them. I crouched and saw long, clean cuts in the rubber. Not punctures, slashes. Straight slices like from a knife. There was no way they went flat on their own. Someone had done it deliberately. I stood there for a long time trying to make sense of it. I looked around at the forest. It was dead silent again. I was being watched. I could feel it in my gut. I went back inside and locked the door. I spent the day trying to figure out what to do. My truck wasn't going anywhere. I had some food, enough for a few more days, but I didn't want to stay another night. I thought about hiking out, but it would be a long walk, at least 2 hours down the mountain, maybe more. And if whoever was messing with me was still nearby, they could follow me through the woods. I had no way to call for help. No signal. I tried turning on my phone and walking around, holding it in the air. Nothing. Just no service, no matter where I stood. I decided to wait one more night. Just one. I'd leave at first light and hike down no matter what. I barricaded the door with furniture and kept the fire low. I stayed near the window with the knife in my lap. Hours passed. Midnight came and went. No sound. Just the crackle of the stove and the occasional pop of wood. But around 3 a.m., I saw something outside the window. A flashlight. Just a quick flicker. Like someone had turned it on and off, aiming it toward the cabin from between the trees. Then nothing. A few minutes later, I saw it again. This time from the other side. Like they were circling me. Watching. I didn't move. I sat there until morning, sweating, heart racing. As soon as it was light enough to see, I packed my bag, took the knife, and left the cabin. I didn't even look back. I took the main trail as fast as I could. I walked for over 3 hours, afraid to stop, listening for footsteps behind me. At one point, I heard something off to the side, twigs breaking. I broke into a jog. I didn't care if I was loud. I just wanted to get out. I finally reached the gravel road where I had driven in days earlier. My legs were shaking, and my throat was dry. I kept going until I reached a gas station at the base of the mountain. I walked in, dirty, sweaty, and probably looking half crazy. I didn't care. I called the sheriff's office from the payphone outside and told them everything. They sent a deputy up with me later that day. When we got to the cabin, the door was open. Not broken, just wide open. Inside, everything had been gone through. My bag, my clothes, the bed, the kitchen drawers. Even the canned food was gone. But the strange part was the smell. It smelled like something had been burned. The stove was cold, but there were ashes on the floor. Not from wood, from paper, I think. Maybe they tried to burn something. The deputy looked around and made notes but didn't seem too shocked. I had never been to a cabin in the woods before, and when I first got the invitation, I hesitated. My friend, Josh, had been raving about this cabin his family owned up in the mountains, a secluded spot far from any towns or busy roads. At first, I thought it sounded perfect for a weekend getaway. Quiet, peaceful, and removed from the chaos of life. But something about it didn't sit right with me. It felt off. Josh was persistent, though, so after weeks of hearing about it, I finally agreed to go. I drove up alone, my car loaded with camping gear, food, and some books. The cabin wasn't too far from where I lived, about a 4-hour drive. But the closer I got, the more I started to feel uneasy. The winding roads through the woods seemed to grow darker, narrower. The trees crowded in on either side, the branches stretching like hands, their twisted limbs blocking out what little sunlight there was. My stomach churned the more I drove, but I pushed the feeling aside. I chalked it up to nerves, being out in the middle of nowhere with no one around for miles. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, I immediately noticed how rundown it was. The wooden structure had peeling paint, the porch sagged in places, and the windows were dark, like eyes that had seen too much and couldn't bear to look out anymore. I tried to push down the unease, but my instincts kept nagging at me. Josh wasn't there yet. I was the first to arrive, which made sense since I had gotten there early. The air was thick and heavy with the scent of damp wood, moss, and the earthy smell of the forest. The silence was overwhelming. There were no birds, no wind, just an eerie stillness that felt unnatural. I walked inside. The interior was dark and smelled like dust, with old furniture scattered around. The wooden floors creaked under my feet, and I swear I heard something shift in the shadows. But it was just the house settling, right? I tried to convince myself it was just an old cabin with all the usual creaks and groans. The kitchen was simple, barely anything more than a stove, a fridge, and some cracked ceramic plates. I went to the window to get some air. As I stared out at the dense forest, the sense of isolation sank in. The trees were thick, the underbrush tangled and unwelcoming. There was no sign of any wildlife, not even a squirrel. A few hours passed. Josh had texted me that he'd be late, something about a work issue, and I was left alone in the cabin. I busied myself unpacking, setting up a fire in the small fireplace. The warmth of the flames was comforting, but the quiet of the cabin was suffocating. I noticed the old photographs on the walls, pictures of families, some of them faded and yellowing with time. One photo caught my eye in particular, an image of a woman standing in front of the cabin, smiling wide, but her eyes seemed too hollow. I quickly looked away, pushing the uncomfortable thought out of my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even though I knew I was. The feeling of being watched was unmistakable. Every time I turned around, I expected to see someone standing in the doorway or moving in the shadows. It was ridiculous. I was alone in the middle of nowhere, and yet I couldn't shake that primal instinct that something was wrong. The sun began to set, casting long shadows across the room. I started to feel cold despite the fire. The temperature in the cabin dropped quickly as the light faded outside. It was the kind of cold that gets into your bones, the kind that makes you want to curl up and wait for someone to show up to relieve the tension. Just as I was about to check my phone for any updates, I heard something. It was faint at first, just a whisper of a sound, like something scraping along the floor. My heart skipped a beat. I stood still, listening, my ears straining for any other noise. There it was again, scraping, and then a soft thud, like something heavy falling. I rushed to the door, opening it quickly, but there was nothing. No one in sight. Just the dark, dense woods stretching endlessly in every direction. My heart pounded in my chest as I closed the door. The sound had been coming from inside the house. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was just the house settling, the wind pushing things around. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The rest of the night passed slowly. I kept hearing things, little noises, creaks, groans, the faintest of footsteps in the hallway. I tried to convince myself it was just an old cabin, but every time I walked through the house, the hairs on the back of my neck would stand up. I decided to make some tea and wait for Josh. Maybe he'd have a reasonable explanation. Just as I was sipping the hot liquid, I heard a loud knock at the door. I jumped, spilling the tea across the counter. My heart skipped. Who would be out there this far into the woods at this time of night? I hesitated for a moment before walking cautiously to the door. I opened it slowly, half expecting someone to rush in, but there was nothing. I stepped outside, squinting into the dark. The air had turned even colder, and the trees seemed to close in around me. The silence was unbearable. No birds, no wind, no animals rustling in the bushes, just the eerie stillness. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. It was Josh. I answered quickly, relieved to hear a familiar voice. "Hey, you okay? Sorry I'm late. The roads are a mess. I'll be there soon." "Yeah, I'm fine," I said, trying to sound calm, though I knew my voice was shaky. "Just a little on edge, that's all. I'll be there soon. Just hang tight." "You're not alone, right?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. No one else is here." I reassured him, though I didn't believe my own words. The call ended and I closed the door. My phone buzzed again. It was Josh, but the message wasn't from him. It was a text from an unknown number. "Get out of the cabin. It's not safe." I froze, staring at the words. My mind raced. Was this some kind of joke? Who would send a message like that? But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was serious. I turned to the door, looking out into the dark, wondering if I had made a terrible mistake by coming here. I grabbed my bag and went to the front door, ready to leave, when I heard it again, the scraping noise. This time it was louder, and it was coming from upstairs. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't wait. I ran out the door, straight into the dark forest, my mind a blur of panic. The cold air bit at my skin, but I didn't care. I needed to get out, to get away from that place. I kept running, tripping over branches, barely able to see in the pitch-black night. My heart was pounding so loud I could hardly hear anything else, and my mind kept replaying the warning text. I didn't stop until I reached the main road miles away from the cabin. Out of breath, covered in dirt, and shaking, I looked around. No sign of Josh, no sign of anyone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. A few hours later, Josh found me. He was as shocked as I was, but we didn't go back to the cabin. We couldn't. He had gone there, too, after receiving a strange message, but he didn't get out of his car when he saw me running. We both decided we wouldn't speak of it again. The next morning, the cabin was gone when we drove past it. Not physically gone, but there was something missing. It looked different, smaller, less like a home, more like a hollow shell. A house with no soul. I don't know what happened that night, but I don't need to. Some places aren't meant to be explored. Some things are better left untouched. I hadn't planned on spending my weekend in a cabin. Not really. It was supposed to be a short getaway to clear my head. Just a weekend in the woods, away from the usual distractions of work and life. No fancy resort, no high-end hotel. Just an old, rustic cabin I found on some website while scrolling aimlessly one night. The kind of place that looked like it was stuck in time. It was late Friday afternoon when I arrived. I drove out of the city, the trees getting denser as I went. The road got rougher the further I went, and I could tell the place was isolated. The kind of isolation I hadn't experienced before. The drive itself took hours, and when I finally pulled up to the cabin, the sun was just starting to dip behind the hills. The cabin sat alone, surrounded by thick trees, its roof sloping steeply in that way only old cabins have. The wood was dark, weathered by time and the elements. There was a small porch, a few wooden steps leading up to a front door that looked like it hadn't been opened in years. But there it was, and it felt like it had been waiting for me. The owner had said it was simple, but simple was an understatement. The cabin wasn't just old, it was primitive. It had the basics: a wood-burning stove, a small kitchen with a sink and a counter that had been scratched and scuffed over time, and one main room with a big stone fireplace. It had one bedroom with a double bed and a single window, which I noticed was cracked slightly, letting a draft in. The only thing that gave the place a modern touch was the small solar panel on the roof and a few battery-powered lights scattered around. As I set my bags down on the bed, I couldn't help but feel a bit of unease. It wasn't the cabin itself, it was the quiet. There was no sound but the whisper of the wind through the trees, and every once in a while, I'd hear something heavy moving in the brush outside. I thought I'd get used to it. I thought I'd unwind, sit by the fire, and maybe read a book. But as the night deepened, I started to notice things. The wind outside was picking up, rattling the cabin's old windows. The fire crackled in the stove, its warm glow providing the only light in the room. Felt cozy, but in a way that was almost too still. It's like the place wasn't just quiet, it was waiting. I brushed it off as nothing, though. I was just tired from the drive. I took a walk around the property after dinner, just to stretch my legs. The woods were dense here, the trees so thick I could barely see more than a few feet in front of me. The ground was covered in thick moss and pine needles, making each step feel softer than it should. There was a feeling of being watched, but I couldn't see anything. No animals, no signs of life, just trees and more trees. As I turned back toward the cabin, I spotted something odd. A small, half-buried object in the dirt, just off the path. I bent down to get a closer look, brushing aside some leaves and dirt. It was a small, rusted tin can. But it wasn't just a can. It had been deliberately placed, almost hidden. I ran my fingers over it, feeling the cool, metallic surface, and something about it sent a shiver down my spine. Was it the weird placement? Or was it the fact that there was nothing else around? Could have been just an old trash item, but something about it felt off. I shrugged it off, returning to the cabin and locking the door behind me. Maybe I was just jumpy. The night went on, and I eventually settled in by the fire with a book. It was strange. There was a feeling in the air. The crackling of the fire wasn't just a soothing sound. It felt almost intrusive, like it was fighting against the silence. As I read, I began to notice small things. Small creaks and groans in the cabin, almost like it was settling into the ground. But these noises weren't the usual sounds a house makes when the wood shifts. No, these sounds were different. They were almost too deliberate. A soft thud, the sound of something scraping along the floorboards. I could almost hear the floorboards themselves whispering under the weight of someone or something moving. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. The cabin was old, and it was probably just the wind, or maybe an animal outside. Still, it was hard to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I didn't sleep much that night. I decided to take a week off work in early October. The stress had been building for months. I wasn't sleeping well. My mind was always racing. I worked as a construction supervisor for a residential building company in Southern Ohio. The hours were long, and the phone never stopped ringing. I just needed silence. No phones, no people, nothing but me and the trees. I booked a small off-grid cabin in the middle of the Wayne National Forest. It was about a 2-hour drive from my home in Chillicothe. The pictures made it look peaceful. Just a plain wooden cabin, no fancy decorations, no Wi-Fi, no cell service. The only power came from a small solar panel, and water was collected in a cistern. It had a wood stove and a hand pump at the sink. That was enough for me. I arrived on a Wednesday morning. The gravel road that led to the cabin was narrow and bumpy. I had to drive about 5 miles into the forest after turning off the main highway. The trees were already showing their fall colors. Orange and yellow leaves scattered across the forest floor. My tires crunched over the gravel until the cabin finally came into view. It sat in a small clearing, surrounded by trees on all sides. There was a tiny porch with 2 chairs and a stack of firewood neatly piled beside the door. The cabin itself looked solid, like it had been there for a long time. A narrow chimney poked out of the roof, and I saw a metal pipe for the wood stove. I unpacked everything from the truck, mostly dry food, a cooler with some meat, and a few gallons of drinking water. I brought a couple of books, a hunting knife, and my .45 just to feel safer. I wasn't expecting any trouble, but being alone in the woods without a way to call for help felt different. I double-checked my supplies and got settled in. The first couple of days were exactly what I needed. I woke up with the sunrise, made coffee over a small propane burner, and sat on the porch watching the fog roll through the trees. I took short hikes during the day and chopped some firewood when I got back. At night, I lit the wood stove and read until I got tired. The silence was incredible. No cars, no sirens, no buzzing phones. Just the sound of wind in the trees and the occasional bird. By Friday, I started to feel more relaxed. I wasn't checking the time constantly anymore. I even started to enjoy the complete darkness at night. I used an oil lantern in the cabin and kept a flashlight nearby when I went outside. Everything was fine. Then something changed that night. It was around midnight. I had just gone to bed. The fire in the stove was burning low, and the cabin was quiet. I woke up suddenly, not because of a sound, but because I felt like I wasn't alone. My body tensed, my ears strained for any noise. For a long moment, there was nothing, just silence. Then I heard it. It wasn't loud, just a faint crunch of leaves outside, maybe 30 feet away. Then another, slow and spaced apart like someone walking carefully. My heart started to pound. I sat up in bed and reached for the flashlight. I didn't turn it on. I waited, more crunching. It moved around the back of the cabin. I got up slowly, making no noise. I had my .45 in the drawer next to the bed. I pulled it out and quietly moved toward the window. I peered out through the corner but saw nothing, just black trees. But I kept hearing it. Footsteps, now closer. I finally turned on the flashlight and shined it out the window. Still nothing. I walked to the back door and opened it carefully. The cold air hit me. I stepped out onto the back steps and swept the light across the yard. Nothing, but I could still hear movement in the woods. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard something outside. By morning, the sounds had stopped. I walked around the cabin in the daylight. There were no clear footprints. The ground was covered in leaves, and it was hard to tell. I tried to shrug it off. Could have been a deer, maybe a raccoon. I told myself that a few times, but I kept the pistol close for the rest of the day. Saturday was cold. A storm rolled in that afternoon. The wind picked up hard, and I stayed inside most of the time. The trees swayed and creaked. Rain hit the windows. I built up the fire and cooked some soup. I tried to read, but I couldn't concentrate. That feeling came back, like I wasn't alone. The rain covered up any outside sounds, which somehow made it worse. That night, around 10 p.m., the rain stopped for a while. I stepped outside for a smoke. The air was damp and cold. Fog hung between the trees. I scanned the forest with my flashlight again, more out of habit than anything. That's when I saw it. Not a person, not an animal, just a shape. A dark shape, standing behind a tree about 40 feet out. I froze. The beam from my flashlight just barely touched it. It didn't move. I stared for what felt like minutes. My eyes played tricks on me. The fog made it hard to tell what I was looking at. When I blinked and looked again, it was gone. I went back inside and locked the door. I pushed the dresser in front of it. My hands were shaking. I stayed up with the pistol in my lap. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed up some of my gear. I was supposed to stay until Sunday night, but I was done. I planned to leave by late afternoon. I went out to the truck to load up my cooler. That's when I saw the scratches. Deep, long scratches across the driver's side door. 3 of them, like from an animal, but too long to be a raccoon or a fox, and too deliberate, not random. They were clean and parallel. I stared at them for a long time. I looked around again. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing, just the woods and that silence again. I loaded the rest of my stuff quickly and got ready to leave. But when I turned the key in the ignition, nothing happened. The dashboard lights flickered, then went dark. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood and checked the battery. It looked fine. No loose cables. I tried starting it again. Dead. I sat in the truck for a few minutes thinking. I had no cell signal. No radio. The nearest house or road was miles away. I thought about walking out, but it would take half a day, maybe more. And I didn't like the idea of leaving the cabin behind. I went back inside, set a fire in the stove, and tried to calm down. I rationed out some food and made a plan to hike out in the morning if the truck still wouldn't start. That night was the worst. Around 1 a.m., I woke to a sound. Something was touching the front door. Not knocking, just scraping. A slow drag of something rough against the wood. Over and over. I held the pistol in my lap and sat in the dark. I didn't move. The scraping stopped after a few minutes. Then I heard footsteps. More deliberate this time. Heavy. Walking across the porch. The floor creaked. I could hear it clearly. Then silence again. I didn't sleep. I sat there, shaking, staring at the door until the sun came up. As soon as it was light, I ran out to the truck. I tried the ignition one last time. Turned over. Slowly, but it started. I didn't waste a second. I threw the rest of my stuff in the bed, didn't even tie it down, and drove off. I didn't stop until I hit the main road. When I finally reached cell signal, I called my wife. I didn't tell her everything, just that I was coming home early. I got back to Chillicothe by noon. Later that week, I took the truck in to have it checked. The battery was perfectly fine. They couldn't find anything wrong. It's been months since that trip. I still think about it almost every day. I don't know who or what was out there, but it was real. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't an animal. Someone was watching me. I haven't been back to the woods since, and I don't think I ever will. It was early November when I decided to take a solo trip up to a small rental cabin tucked away in the northern edge of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. I had a long weekend off from work and wanted to get away from my apartment, my phone, and everything that had been stressing me out lately. I didn't tell many people I was going, just that I was taking time to unwind. I picked the spot because it was far away from the city, cheap, and surrounded by woods. I thought the isolation would be peaceful. I didn't realize how wrong I would be. The drive up there took nearly 8 hours. I left around 6 a.m. while it was still dark out and drove through hours of open farmland, then thickening forest. I only stopped for gas and a quick breakfast sandwich. By the time I reached the narrow gravel road that led toward the cabin, it was after 2 p.m. The trees lining the road were nearly bare. Wind scattered dead brown leaves across the ground in gusts, and the sky was heavy and gray. There was a feeling in the air like something was about to happen, but I chalked it up to the change in weather. The gravel road stretched out for several miles, winding through thick patches of pine and oak. There were no street signs, no houses, no signs of life except for the occasional deer darting off into the woods. I followed the directions the rental website gave, and eventually saw a faded green sign nailed to a tree that said, Pine Ridge Cabin. An arrow pointed down an even narrower dirt trail, barely wide enough for my car. My tires cracked fallen sticks and crushed piles of leaves as I made my way down. The cabin sat alone at the end of that trail. It was small and square with dark, weathered wood and a steep metal roof. There was a little porch in front with a crooked rocking chair and a pile of firewood stacked beside the door. Beyond it stretched nothing but forest in every direction. The nearest neighbor, according to the site, was over 2 miles away. There was no cell service, no Wi-Fi, just a key under the mat and a short instruction sheet left on the kitchen table. Inside, it was simple. A single open room with a small kitchenette, a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a twin bed tucked into the corner under the window. There was a bathroom too, surprisingly, with a small shower and toilet. The place smelled like old wood and dust. It was cold, so I got the wood stove going right away, using the fire starter logs and matches provided. The heat filled the cabin slowly, and by evening, it was warm enough to take off my coat. I spent that first evening making a can of soup on the stovetop and reading by lantern light. It got dark fast. By 5:30, it was pitch black outside. There were no outside lights, so once the sun set, the only thing keeping the place lit was the fire and my lantern. I stepped outside briefly after dinner just to listen. It was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. Every little crack of a twig or rustle of leaves made me turn my head. After a few minutes, I went back inside and locked the door. I told myself I was just being jumpy because I wasn't used to this kind of quiet. I slept surprisingly well that first night. The wind picked up around midnight and howled through the trees, but the fire kept the cabin warm, and I had bundled up under 2 thick wool blankets. I didn't wake up until the sun was already rising. I made coffee on the stove and watched the woods out the window while I sipped. I started to feel more comfortable. It was peaceful, and for most of that morning, I forgot how nervous I'd felt the night before. Around noon, I decided to go for a short hike. I had brought a paper map of the area with me and found a trail about a mile north of the cabin that looped through the woods and back around. I packed water, a sandwich, and some granola, and set off wearing my boots and a heavy flannel. The trail was narrow but marked with faded orange tags nailed to trees. It wound uphill and curved through thick groves of pine. The forest was beautiful, quiet except for the crunch of my boots and the occasional bird call. But somewhere along the trail, something started to feel off. It was small things at first. I started seeing the same orange tag several times in a row, like I was looping in circles even though I had been walking straight. I checked the map and tried to orient myself using the sun, but the clouds had thickened and I couldn't tell which direction I was heading. I tried to stay calm, thinking maybe I missed a turn. Then I saw a tree I recognized, a dead pine with a long gash down the trunk. I had definitely passed it before. That's when I realized I had somehow gotten turned around. I backtracked the way I came, watching for familiar landmarks, but nothing looked quite right anymore. The woods were starting to feel like a maze. My stomach twisted and I felt my heart start to race. I hadn't seen anyone else all day. I called out once, just in case, but my voice sounded strange in the silence. I didn't yell again. After what felt like hours, I finally found the small trail that led back to the dirt road. Relief flooded me when I saw my car through the trees. I walked faster, brushing off branches and stumbling over rocks. By the time I got back to the cabin, it was nearly 4 p.m. I had only meant to be gone an hour or two. Inside, I sat on the bed and drank the rest of my water. My legs were sore, and my hands were shaking. I hadn't gotten truly lost before, and it shook me more than I expected. I kept looking out the window like I expected to see something, or someone, following me through the woods. That night, I couldn't sleep. The wind had died down, but the woods were louder than before. I kept hearing movement, snaps, soft crunches, something brushing the walls of the cabin. I told myself it was animals, a raccoon, a deer, nothing unusual, but it felt too deliberate, like something was circling the cabin, stopping just out of sight. Once, I heard what sounded like breathing near the window. I stayed under the covers, clutching the flashlight in my hand, and waited for morning. The next day, I decided not to hike. I stayed close to the cabin, collecting more firewood and boiling water for coffee. I tried to enjoy the stillness again, but something had changed. I felt watched. Every time I stepped outside, I felt eyes on me. I kept checking over my shoulder and scanning the woods. I didn't see anything, but the feeling never went away. Later in the afternoon, I noticed something strange. A small pile of rocks stacked carefully by the porch steps. I hadn't put them there. They weren't there the day before. I looked around, but nothing seemed disturbed. Still, I kicked the pile over and went inside. I didn't sleep that night either. I heard tapping on the walls, movement outside, a low whistle, soft but steady. It wasn't wind. It went on for hours. I barely blinked. I kept the flashlight aimed at the door, heart racing, and waited for it to stop. When the sky started to lighten, everything went silent again. That was the last night I stayed there. I packed up early, shoved everything back into my duffel bag, and didn't bother eating breakfast. I locked the door and didn't look back as I drove away. The gravel cracked under my tires and the trees swallowed the cabin behind me. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not for a long time. I didn't want people to say I imagined it or was being paranoid. Maybe I was. But I know what I felt. I know what I heard. A few months later, I looked up the area out of curiosity. I found a couple of old forum posts, nothing official, talking about strange things people experienced in that part of the forest. One person mentioned hearing breathing outside their tent. Another talked about seeing shapes move in the trees at night. One guy said he found a pile of bones arranged in a circle. It wasn't proof, but it was enough. I'll never go back there, not even close. I still love the idea of cabins in the woods, but now I make sure I'm never alone and never too far from help. I learned that not every place is safe just because it looks peaceful. Sometimes the scariest places are the ones that don't make any noise at all. That trip was supposed to help me reset, to clear my head. Instead, it made me realize how quickly things can go wrong when no one's around to help. There was something out there. I don't know who or what. Maybe a person. Maybe several. Maybe just someone messing with loners like me who think they're getting away from it all. But whoever they were, they wanted me to know I wasn't alone. I got away. I didn't get hurt. I never saw a face, never got grabbed or chased. But it was real. It was all real. And I won't ever forget how close it felt. That's why I haven't taken another solo trip since. I probably never will. It was early October when I decided to spend a few days alone in a remote cabin in northern Michigan. I'd found it listed on a small, outdated rental site. No reviews, no flashy photos, just a few grainy pictures of a weathered one-story cabin surrounded by dense pine trees. The description said it had no internet, no cell signal, no neighbors. That's what sold me. I've been burned out. The stress from work, bills, and constant noise had piled up over the past few years, and I felt like I couldn't breathe anymore. I needed quiet. I needed to get away from people. This cabin seemed like the perfect place to reset. I packed a few changes of clothes, a flashlight, a couple of books, a hunting knife, and enough canned food and bottled water for 4 days. The drive took almost 8 hours from where I lived. The last 2 hours were down winding dirt roads through thick forest. There were no signs, no road markers, just a GPS on a screen that stopped working 15 minutes before I arrived. The cabin was smaller than I expected. The porch sagged in places and the wood siding was gray from years of weather. The door creaked loudly when I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust. There was a single room with a wood stove, a cot with a thin mattress, a small table, and an old camping-style gas stove for cooking. There was no bathroom, just an outhouse about 50 yards behind the cabin, half hidden by trees. I dropped my backpack onto the table and looked around. It wasn't much, but I didn't care. It was quiet. I couldn't hear anything but the wind and the creak of branches outside. No cars, no voices, no buzzing electronics. I didn't even bring my phone. That first night was peaceful. I made a small fire in the stove, heated a can of soup, and read until I got tired. The cot wasn't comfortable, but I was too tired to care. I slept hard. The next morning, I woke up cold. The fire had gone out during the night. I got dressed, gathered some wood from the small pile outside, and got the stove going again. Then I went for a walk. I didn't follow a trail, I just wandered. The forest was thick and quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you feel like the world doesn't know you're there. I walked for maybe an hour before I turned back. I didn't want to get lost, and the trees all looked the same. Back at the cabin, I made breakfast, drank some instant coffee, and spent the rest of the morning reading. I was starting to feel more relaxed than I had in years. That night, though, I heard something strange. It was around 1 in the morning. I was half asleep when I heard a sharp crack outside, like a branch snapping under weight. I sat up, heart thudding. I listened. The wind had picked up, and the trees were rustling, but I could still hear the occasional snap. Footsteps? It was hard to tell. I grabbed my flashlight and knife and stepped outside. The wind was cold, and the beam from my flashlight cut through the dark like a blade. I scanned the trees but didn't see anything. Still, the feeling stayed with me, like I was being watched. I stood there for a few minutes, listening, until everything went quiet again. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day, I tried to shake it off. Probably just an animal, a deer or raccoon, maybe even a bear. I stayed near the cabin and spent time chopping more firewood and writing in my journal. But that uneasy feeling didn't go away. That night, I locked the cabin door and wedged a chair under the knob. I kept the knife next to my cot and the flashlight under my pillow. Around midnight, I woke up again. This time I was sure I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate, just outside the cabin. I held my breath and listened. The floor creaked beneath me as I shifted slightly, and I froze. Whoever or whatever it was, they were still there. Then came a soft scraping sound, like something brushing against the wood siding. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. After a long while, the sound stopped. I waited another hour before I dared to look outside. There was nothing, just the same trees and silence. But the unease was thicker now, heavy in my chest. On the third day, I started finding things that didn't belong. It started with a cigarette butt on the porch. I don't smoke. It hadn't been there when I arrived. Then I noticed faint boot prints in the dirt near the outhouse. Larger than mine, deeper, like someone had been watching the cabin. I searched the area, called out even though I didn't expect an answer. Nothing. No one. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the fire going, sat with my back to the wall, and watched the door. The noises didn't come that night, but the silence was worse. On the fourth morning, I found something that finally pushed me over the edge. There was a rope tied high up in one of the trees behind the cabin. A thick rope looped into a noose. It hadn't been there the day before. My stomach dropped. My hands started to shake. I stared at it for a long time. That was it. I packed my things and decided to leave early. I didn't care about getting my money's worth. I just wanted to get out. But when I got to my car, I found all 4 tires slashed. I stood there staring at the shredded rubber, my breath steaming in the cold air. I looked around wildly, but the forest was still. Nothing moved, no sound, just that same sick feeling crawling up my spine. I had no way to call for help. No cell signal, no internet. The nearest town was at least 20 miles away, maybe more. I spent the rest of the day trying to fix one of the tires with the patch kit I'd brought, but it was useless. They weren't just punctured, they were torn. Someone had done it on purpose. That night, I didn't go back inside. I hid in the trees 100 yards from the cabin with my knife and flashlight. I figured if someone came back, I'd rather see them coming. Around 2 in the morning, I saw a figure moving around the cabin. Tall, heavy, dressed in dark clothes. They walked around slowly, like they were looking for something. Then they tried the door. I heard it rattle. Then they circled to the back. I stayed perfectly still, hidden behind a fallen log. My heart was beating so loud I thought it might give me away. After maybe 20 minutes, the figure disappeared into the trees. I waited until dawn before I came out. The cabin door had been forced open. Inside, everything was tossed around. My sleeping bag had been cut open. My food was gone. The firewood scattered. I didn't wait. I grabbed my backpack and started walking. I followed the dirt road west, away from the cabin, toward what I hoped was civilization. My legs ached. My feet blistered, but I didn't stop. I walked for hours. No cars, no signs, just more trees. Around sunset, I saw a hunting shack off the side of the road. It looked abandoned, but I didn't care. I broke the lock and went inside. There was an old radio. I turned it on, and by some miracle, I got a signal. I called for help. Took nearly an hour to get a response. They found me the next morning, a sheriff's deputy and a local park ranger. I told them everything. They asked questions, took notes, sent someone to check the cabin. Later, they told me no one was there. No prints, no sign of anyone. The rope was gone. So were the cigarette butts and the footprints. It was like I'd imagined the whole thing. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I never went back. I never found out who had been out there or why. I changed my number, moved to a different city, got a new job. I still don't sleep well. I keep my doors locked, my windows shut, and a baseball bat by my bed. And I never, ever go into the woods alone anymore. It started when I needed a break from everything. Life had been piling up, work stress, family pressure, and just the general noise of living around too many people for too long. I needed quiet, solitude, somewhere off-grid where no one would bother me. I found an old cabin listed on a website that catered to hunters and outdoorsmen. It was cheap, off the main roads, and located somewhere in northern Minnesota. The pictures were grainy, and the description was bare, but that was exactly what I wanted. I packed up my Jeep with the essentials. Food for a week, water, a generator, some tools, a sleeping bag, and my rifle. I didn't plan on using it, but the idea of being alone in the woods without some sort of defense made me uneasy. I drove for over 10 hours before I hit the gravel road that led into the woods. The trees got thicker, and the road turned into more of a path. I had to slow down, weaving through potholes and fallen branches. Eventually, I reached a clearing with the cabin sitting at the far end, its wooden walls gray from weather and age. The place looked like no one had been there in years. There were leaves and twigs piled on the porch. The front door creaked like it hadn't moved in a long time. Inside, it was dark and smelled like mold and old pine. The furniture was basic, just a cot, a table, and a couple of chairs. I set up my sleeping bag on the cot, checked the windows, and started the generator to make sure I'd have power for my small heater and a light. The first night was peaceful. I cooked some canned chili over my camp stove, sat outside, and watched the stars. It was quiet, so quiet I could hear my own heart beating. No cars, no planes, no voices, just wind and trees. The second day, I explored the area. There were some trails behind the cabin that looked like game paths. I followed one for about 2 miles before it looped back toward a frozen creek. There was snow on the ground, but not too deep. I saw a few deer tracks and some smaller animal prints, but nothing else. I marked a few trees with orange tape just in case I wandered too far and needed to find my way back. By the third day, I noticed something strange. In the early morning, I found footprints near the cabin. They were fresh, so fresh the edges were still crisp. They weren't mine. They came from the trees, circled the cabin, and then disappeared back into the woods. At first, I thought maybe it was just a hunter, but who would come all the way out here without saying anything? There was no vehicle, no tire tracks, just boots, medium-sized, heavy tread. I stayed close to the cabin that day, kept my rifle nearby. I walked the perimeter several times but didn't see anyone. Still, the feeling of being watched started to settle in. I kept the lights on that night. The heater hummed in the corner while I lay awake, listening. On the fourth night, I heard movement. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning. The sound of something stepping on leaves just outside. Slow, deliberate. I didn't get up. I didn't turn on any lights. I just lay there, my hand around the stock of the rifle. I told myself it was an animal. Maybe a deer, maybe a bear. But bears don't usually sneak. When the morning came, I went outside and looked again. More prints. This time, they came right up to the front steps. Then they walked off toward the back of the cabin and vanished into the woods. I was angry, not scared, angry. Someone was messing with me. Maybe a squatter. Maybe a local trying to scare off an outsider. Either way, I wasn't going anywhere. I wasn't going to let someone run me off. I moved my cot away from the window. I blocked the front door with a chair. I set up a few small traps, basic noisemakers, just some cans strung up with string. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair with the rifle across my lap, waiting, listening. It was around midnight when I heard the sound again, this time from the back. The faintest crunch of snow and twigs. The noisemaker didn't go off. Whoever it was knew to avoid it. I stayed quiet, every muscle tense. Then I heard the back window creak. Not open, just shift, like someone was testing it. I moved quietly to the back room. There was a tiny window near the ceiling. I didn't see anything at first. Then I saw a shadow move past it. Just a blur, but it was enough. I waited until morning, then checked outside. No new prints. The snow had started falling again. Maybe that covered them, maybe not. I didn't know. I walked around the woods for hours, looking. I even shouted a few times, daring whoever it was to come out. No answer, just wind. By the 6th day, I was exhausted. I hadn't slept much. I was jumpy. I thought about leaving early, but I didn't want to drive those roads in the snow while tired. I spent the day collecting firewood, cleaning my rifle, double-checking my supplies. I had one more night to get through. That evening, I made a big fire in the old stone pit outside. I hoped the light would keep anyone from coming close. I left the cabin door open, sat on the steps with the rifle across my knees. Hours passed. The fire burned low. Then I heard it again. Not from the woods this time, but from inside the cabin. A soft scrape, wood against wood. My whole body tensed. I slowly stood up, stepped inside, and swept the rifle across the room. Nothing. Then I saw it. The trap I had placed by the back window had been moved. The string was on the ground. The cans scattered. Someone had been inside. I searched every corner of the cabin. Under the cot, behind the shelves, even in the old storage crawl space. Nothing. That night, I didn't sleep at all. When the sun came up, I packed. Fast. I loaded the Jeep, shut off the generator, and left everything else. I drove down the path faster than I should have, tires sliding on ice. I didn't stop until I reached the first gas station with people. I didn't say anything to anyone. I just filled up, used the bathroom, and drove home. Weeks passed before I could sleep a full night. I kept thinking about what happened, about how someone could have been in that cabin without me seeing them. I reported it to the website. They said no one had used the place in months. I didn't bother asking for a refund. A few months later, I saw a post online. A man talking about staying in a remote cabin in northern Minnesota. He described the same cabin, the same clearing, the same weird footprints. But he said something I hadn't heard before. He said he found a small hatch under the cot, a trapdoor, hidden under loose boards. I never looked. I never went back. And I never will. I had been working straight for almost 11 months, barely taking a break. My job involved long hours staring at a computer, dealing with clients who didn't know what they wanted, and deadlines that were always yesterday. I was burned out. I couldn't remember the last time I got a full night's sleep or a full weekend off. I started waking up with headaches and going to sleep with them too. It was getting to the point where I was snapping at people without meaning to. That's when I knew I needed to get away, and not just for a day or two. I needed to disappear for a bit. I started looking up cabins in remote areas. I didn't want something touristy or modern. I wanted simple, quiet, preferably without cell service. I found one in northern Minnesota, about 5 miles from the closest paved road. It was cheap because it didn't have electricity or running water. There was a pump outside for water, and it used a wood-burning stove for heat. That sounded perfect. I booked it for 2 weeks and didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. I just let people know I'd be offline and unreachable for a while. I drove up with my SUV packed with canned food, bottled water, a first aid kit, some firewood to get started, and extra blankets. I had a battery-powered lantern and a crank radio in case of emergencies. The last gas station I saw was about 30 miles back, and even then, it looked like it had been struggling to stay open. The dirt road to the cabin was narrow, with trees close on both sides. It had rained the night before, and the road was slick, so I took it slow. When I finally saw the cabin, I felt relief. It was a small wooden structure, weathered but solid. The porch sagged a bit in the middle, and the roof looked like it had taken a beating from a few storms, but it stood. There was a small clearing around it and trees surrounding that, thick and tall. I didn't see a single power line, and my phone had already lost signal an hour before. It was exactly what I wanted. Inside, it was one big room with a bed in the corner, a wood stove, a small table with 2 chairs, and shelves built into the walls. There was a cabinet with old pots and pans, a few mismatched dishes, and a drawer full of rusted cutlery. A bucket sat by the door, probably for bringing in water. I brought in my supplies and unpacked slowly. I wasn't in a rush. The place smelled like old wood and dust, but it was comforting in a strange way. The first few days were uneventful, just peaceful. I spent most of the time reading books I hadn't touched in years, chopping wood, and going on short hikes during the day. I slept better than I had in months, with the sound of the wind in the trees and the occasional rustle of an animal outside. I kept a fire going at night and made simple meals, mostly soup or beans with bread. Around the 5th day, I noticed something strange. I was out gathering wood, maybe a quarter mile from the cabin, when I saw what looked like an old jacket draped over a tree branch. It was torn and faded, looked like it had been there for a long time. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe someone had used the area for hunting or camping years ago. Still, it was odd. I kept walking and saw more. An old tin can, crushed and rusted, lying in the leaves. A boot, half buried in the dirt. I stopped and looked around. The forest felt different in that moment. The sounds were the same, but something about the silence that followed felt heavy. I turned around and went back to the cabin. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Not because of noise, but because of the lack of it. It felt like everything outside had stopped moving. No crickets, no wind, just stillness. I kept the fire going a bit longer than usual and double-checked that the door was locked. I didn't have any real reason to be nervous, but I lay awake, staring at the ceiling for hours before finally drifting off. The next day, I decided to go farther in the other direction. I wanted to get away from where I found the jacket and see if I was just being paranoid. I hiked a couple miles and found a stream. It was peaceful, with birds flitting through the trees and the water trickling over rocks. I sat there for a while, trying to relax. On my way back, I noticed a footprint in the mud. It wasn't mine. It was fresh, not more than an hour or two old, bigger than my boot, deep. Someone else had been out there. I followed it for a bit, but lost it in the brush. I tried not to panic. Maybe it was a hunter or someone else who knew about the area. I reminded myself it wasn't illegal for someone to be out here, but still, it didn't feel right. I kept looking over my shoulder all the way back. That night, I heard something outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was an animal, a deer or a raccoon maybe. Then I heard what sounded like a footstep. Then another, slow, deliberate, leaves crunching underfoot. I sat up in bed and grabbed the axe I'd been using to chop wood. I didn't turn on the lantern. I just sat in the dark and waited. The footsteps got closer, then stopped. I waited. Nothing. Minutes passed. Then I heard them again, moving away this time. I didn't sleep at all that night. In the morning, I checked around the cabin. No footprints. The ground was too dry near the structure to leave any. I didn't see anything out of place, but that didn't make me feel any better. I thought about leaving, but the thought of packing up and driving that narrow road in the dark didn't sit well with me either. I decided to stay one more night. If anything else happened, I'd go in the morning. I spent the day close to the cabin, mostly inside. I didn't want to be out in the woods again. As the sun started going down, I set up a few makeshift noise traps. Sticks tied with fishing line, cans stacked in places around the cabin. If someone came near, I'd hear it. I loaded up the stove and sat on the bed with the axe nearby. Around midnight, I heard the cans rattle, then silence, then another rattle from the other side. It was like whoever it was knew where I'd placed them. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I just listened. It went on for over an hour, light noises, then quiet, then more noises from a different spot. They were testing me, seeing if I'd come out, maybe seeing if I was armed. I stayed put. Sometime after 3 a.m., it stopped. I didn't sleep, just waited for daylight. As soon as it was light enough, I packed everything, threw it in the SUV, and got out of there. The whole time, I felt like someone was watching me from the woods, just behind the trees. I didn't look. I just drove. I didn't stop until I hit a paved road and saw the gas station again. I filled up, sat in the car for a while, and then drove straight home. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not for a long time. Part of me felt like I imagined it. But I know I didn't. I still don't know who was out there or what they wanted. I never went back to that area again. Now, whenever I need to get away, I still go to cabins. but I make sure they're not too far from town. I make sure I have a way to call for help. And I never, ever ignore that feeling in my gut when something doesn't feel right. That trip was supposed to help me relax, but instead it reminded me how quickly things can go wrong when you're alone, far from help, and someone out there doesn't want you to feel safe. I got lucky. I got out. But I still wonder what would have happened if I had stayed one more night. I had been looking forward to this weekend for weeks. It was supposed to be a peaceful escape from the chaos of everyday life. Just a couple of days out in the woods, away from work, the constant buzzing of my phone, and the city noise. The cabin I had rented was small, tucked away in a corner of the forest, miles from the nearest town. Perfect, or so I thought. The drive there was long. The road was narrow, twisting, and bumpy. It started off smooth, but the further I got into the woods, the more the pavement gave way to dirt and gravel. My car's tires kicked up dust as I passed through the dense trees, my headlights barely cutting through the fog that clung to the ground. I wasn't used to this kind of isolation. The occasional house I passed looked abandoned, like something out of an old horror movie. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, the forest surrounding it was thick, and I could hardly see any other signs of life. There were no other houses or people. It was just the cabin, sitting there in the middle of nowhere. I parked my car, grabbed my bags, and walked toward the entrance. The door was unlocked, just as the instructions had said, and the key was waiting for me on the kitchen counter. Inside, the cabin looked exactly how I imagined, simple and rustic, with wooden beams on the ceiling and an old stone fireplace. The place smelled like pine and wood, and the silence was so thick, it felt almost oppressive. I set down my bags and wandered around for a bit, inspecting the place. It had all the essentials: a small kitchen, a few comfortable chairs, a bedroom, and an old bathroom with a clawfoot tub. But there was something about the silence that made my skin crawl. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't truly alone. The evening came quickly, and as I lit the fireplace, I started to feel a little more comfortable. I made myself some dinner and then settled in front of the fire, enjoying the crackling of the wood. I had no cell service here, and the Wi-Fi was spotty, so I was really disconnected from the world. But that was the point, wasn't it? To get away from everything. Still, as the night wore on, the loneliness began to settle in. I sat there, staring into the flames, when I heard it, a faint sound outside. It was almost too quiet to be sure, but it sounded like something moving in the woods. My heart picked up its pace. The cabin wasn't exactly in the middle of nowhere, but it sure felt that way. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But then the sound came again, this time louder, like someone was walking around outside. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and made my way cautiously to the window. I couldn't see anything through the thick trees. The night was pitch black, and the forest was eerily still. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. I wasn't paranoid, was I? No, I told myself. It was just my imagination. I checked the doors and windows to make sure everything was locked, but it felt like I was just going through the motions. I couldn't shake the unease that had settled deep in my chest. After a while, I forced myself to go to bed. Couldn't let my mind run wild. I was here to relax, to escape, not to get worked up over nothing. But as I lay there, listening to the wind rustling the trees outside, sleep wouldn't come. The house felt too quiet. The silence was deafening. I kept imagining someone standing just outside the window, watching me. I turned over, trying to get comfortable, but I couldn't stop thinking about the sounds I had heard earlier. What if it wasn't just an animal? What if someone had come out here just to mess with me? Eventually, I drifted off to sleep, but it wasn't a restful sleep. My dreams were filled with dark figures and distant, muffled noises. I woke up a few times throughout the night, startled by every little creak of the old cabin. Every time, I'd lie awake in the dark, straining to hear if anything was out there. But by morning, the sounds had stopped, and I convinced myself that I was just being paranoid. The next day, I decided to go for a hike. I needed to clear my head, get away from the cabin and the thoughts that had been nagging at me. The trailhead was a short walk from the cabin, and it led deep into the forest. The air was cool, and the sky was cloudy, but it was a perfect day for a hike. As I made my way down the path, I couldn't help but notice how silent it was. The forest was still, too still. There were no birds, no animals rustling in the underbrush. It was like the entire forest was holding its breath. I walked for a couple of hours, taking in the sights and sounds of the woods, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was never anyone there, just trees, just the sound of my own footsteps crunching on the forest floor. When I returned to the cabin later that afternoon, it was as if nothing had changed. The place still felt just as empty and silent. But now there was something else, something I hadn't noticed before. The door to the cabin was slightly ajar. I had locked it when I left. I was sure of it. My stomach twisted as I approached the door. I pushed it open slowly, but nothing seemed out of place. The furniture was where I had left it, and there were no signs of forced entry. Still, the feeling of unease washed over me again. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe I hadn't locked it properly, or maybe the wind had pushed it open. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The rest of the evening was spent in a haze of unease. I kept checking the windows, making sure the doors were locked, and glancing nervously outside, but there was nothing there. I had dinner, sat by the fire again, and tried to relax, but it wasn't working. The unease had turned into something else. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. It was like I was being watched, and I couldn't shake the feeling. That night, I barely slept. Every little sound outside made me jump. Every time I woke up, I was certain I heard something. Footsteps, twigs snapping, the soft rustle of leaves. But every time I looked out the window, there was nothing. The next day, I packed my things, determined to leave. I didn't care that I still had a full day left on my rental agreement. I just needed to get out of there. As I drove away from the cabin, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. The cabin looked the same as when I first arrived, nestled in the trees, silent and still. But now I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there with me all along, and I would never know what it was. I had always wanted to experience a remote, isolated getaway. Just me, nature, and complete silence. So, when the opportunity came up to rent a cabin deep in the woods for a week, I didn't hesitate. No distractions, no phone service, just peace and quiet. The cabin was supposed to be small, rustic, and tucked away, offering the perfect escape. Little did I know that the very isolation I had sought would soon turn into a nightmare. I drove for hours, the roads becoming narrower as I ventured deeper into the forest. Trees lined both sides of the road, thick and dense, blocking out most of the light. There were no other cars in sight. I hadn't seen another person since I left the main highway. I kept reminding myself that this was what I had wanted, that this was the whole point, being away from it all. Eventually, I turned off onto a gravel road that led me further into the woods. The crunch of the tires beneath me was the only sound I could hear. I passed a couple of old, weather-beaten houses along the way, their roofs sagging, their windows broken or boarded up. The sight made me uneasy, but I told myself I was being paranoid. The cabin was just a few miles further, and I could almost feel the peace waiting for me. Finally, I reached the cabin. It was small but charming, surrounded by trees and a little stream that bubbled quietly nearby. The cabin looked like it belonged in a postcard, the kind of place people dream of when they think of getting away from the world. The exterior was made of dark wood. Its windows were small and framed with vines, and there was a stone chimney sticking out from the roof. It had a kind of timeless appeal, rustic, but in the most inviting way. I parked my car and grabbed my bags, stepping out into the cool, crisp air. Smelled fresh, like pine and earth. I felt my shoulders drop, the tension of the city fading away. The first thing I did was check the front door. The key was under the mat, just as the instructions had said. I let myself in. Inside, the cabin was exactly as expected, simple, cozy, and surprisingly well-maintained. There was a stone fireplace on one wall, a small kitchen area with a wooden table, and a couch covered in a thick quilt. The only light came from the windows, but it wasn't too dark. There was something almost peaceful about the place, the solitude wrapping itself around me like a blanket. I unpacked my things, set up my small portable speaker for some background music, and started a fire in the hearth. As the flames crackled, I poured myself a drink and settled into a chair by the fire. The woods outside were silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves. It was the perfect evening, peaceful and still. That night, I slept well for the first time in weeks, the kind of sleep that comes when you're free from the constant noise of life. But I woke up early the next morning. I didn't mean to. Something stirred me from sleep, a subtle change in the air. It wasn't a sound, just a feeling that something was off. I lay there for a moment, listening. The wind outside had picked up, and the trees were creaking and moaning in the breeze. It wasn't a storm, but the air had a strange chill to it. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just the isolation getting to me. I got out of bed and made some coffee, trying to shake off the odd feeling. As the day wore on, I decided to explore the surrounding woods. There were hiking trails nearby, and the thought of getting out and stretching my legs seemed like the perfect way to start my day. I grabbed a jacket and headed out the door, taking a deep breath of the cool morning air. The trail was well worn, and I followed it as it wound through the trees. The forest was beautiful, almost eerily quiet, save for the occasional chirp of birds and the rustling of leaves. But as I walked deeper into the woods, the sense of unease started to creep back in. It wasn't anything specific, a feeling more than anything else, but the stillness of the place started to feel unnatural. I kept walking, telling myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't entirely alone. As I walked, I came across a small clearing. The trees had opened up to reveal a patch of grass, the sun filtering through the branches above. In the center of the clearing was a large rock, its surface smooth and worn by the elements. I paused, standing there for a moment, when I noticed something strange. Footprints. They were fresh, leading up to the rock and disappearing into the grass on the other side. They weren't animal tracks, these were human, and they weren't mine. I felt my stomach drop, but I didn't want to overreact. Maybe someone else was hiking nearby. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how odd it was. The cabin was so isolated, who else would be out here? I turned around and retraced my steps back to the cabin, my pace quickening. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. As I neared the cabin, I saw something else. A figure standing in the distance, just beyond the trees. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The figure was standing still, just watching me. I couldn't make out any details from that distance, but I knew someone was there. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge my presence. I considered calling out, but something told me that wouldn't be a good idea. Instead, I quickly ducked back inside the cabin, locking the door behind me. I leaned against it, breathing hard. What the hell was going on? For the next few hours, I stayed inside. I watched the figure, if it was a person, through the windows, but it never moved. Just stood there, as if waiting for something. The sun began to set, and the figure still hadn't moved. I couldn't see who or what it was, but I knew it wasn't normal. As darkness fell, I sat by the fire, trying to calm my nerves. The crackling of the flames was the only sound in the cabin. I couldn't stop thinking about the figure. Was it someone lost? Or was it someone else entirely? Someone who didn't belong out here? I didn't have an answer, and that uncertainty gnawed at me. The night was long. I didn't sleep. Instead, I stayed by the fire, keeping an eye on the windows, but the figure never reappeared. By morning, I thought maybe I had imagined it, the product of too much time alone in the woods. But then, the next day, things took a turn. I woke up to the sound of a knocking on the door. It was a steady, rhythmic knock 3 times, then a pause, then 3 more. It was strange. Who would be knocking on my door out here? I wasn't expecting anyone. I didn't answer, and the knocking stopped. The air outside was thick with tension, and I knew something wasn't right. I waited for what felt like hours, but the knocking never resumed. Eventually, I worked up the courage to leave the cabin. I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the area for any sign of movement. The woods were quiet, still, but that didn't mean there was no one there. I decided to leave. I grabbed my things and packed up quickly, my heart racing as I realized I didn't want to stay another night in the cabin. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw something that made my blood run cold. Standing in the doorway of the cabin, just before it disappeared from view, was a figure. Someone watching me leave. I never returned to that cabin. I had always dreamed of spending a few days alone in a secluded cabin, away from everything. No distractions, no noise, just me, nature, and the silence I craved. The idea was simple. Go to a remote cabin deep in the forest, hike a bit, read, relax, and unplug. No big plans. I had heard a lot of stories about people who found peace in isolation, and I thought it was time for me to experience it myself. I found the cabin through an online listing. It was located in a secluded area, far off from any major roads. The nearest town was over an hour's drive away, so I made sure to stock up on supplies before heading out. I packed food, water, a first aid kit, extra batteries, a flashlight, and a few books. I had no idea what to expect, but I was ready for whatever nature had to offer. I left my car at the trailhead where the gravel road ended, and from there, it was about a 2-mile hike to the cabin. The trail was narrow and winding, with thick trees on both sides. The smell of pine and earth filled the air, and the only sounds were the crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant call of birds. I remember feeling at peace, thinking how perfect everything was. The cabin wasn't far. I could already see its roof poking out above the treeline. The cabin itself looked just like the photos. A small, rustic structure with a stone chimney and a porch that wrapped around the front. It was exactly what I imagined, a quiet, cozy getaway. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and was immediately hit with the scent of wood and old books. The inside was sparse but comfortable. A fireplace, a couch, a small kitchen with an old stove, and a few tables scattered around. There was no television, no internet, no distractions. Just the simple things, exactly what I wanted. That night, after a quick dinner of canned beans and rice, I sat by the fire, reading. The light from the flames flickered across the room, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. I felt warm, safe, and content. But as the night wore on, I noticed something strange. The silence, while peaceful at first, began to feel heavier. The wind outside howled through the trees, but there were other sounds, small sounds almost imperceptible, that made me uneasy. At first, I thought it was just the creaks of the old cabin settling. But then, there was a distinct noise, a rustling, like something moving around outside. My first instinct was to ignore it. It was probably a raccoon or some other small animal. The cabin was in the woods, after all, and animals were bound to wander through. But then I heard something that made my blood run cold. A soft knock or something close to it, coming from the side of the cabin. I froze. I didn't know what to think. It was too late for anyone to be out here. No one was supposed to be this far from the trail. I stood up, heart pounding, and walked slowly toward the window. I tried to peer through the small gaps between the blinds, but couldn't see anything through the thick darkness outside. The knock came again, this time a little louder, and I could feel my stomach twist in fear. I wasn't sure if I should investigate or just stay inside and pretend I hadn't heard it. But curiosity, mixed with a sense of dread, got the better of me. I grabbed the flashlight and opened the door cautiously, stepping out onto the porch. The air was cold now and the wind had picked up. It swept through the trees, making the forest seem alive, restless. There was nothing at first, just the emptiness of the night. I shone the flashlight around, scanning the trees, the ground, the area surrounding the cabin. But everything looked still. There was no sign of movement. I exhaled, feeling a little foolish. Maybe I was just letting my imagination run wild. But then I heard it again, a rustling from the bushes near the side of the cabin. My heart raced, and I quickly swung the beam of the flashlight in that direction. The light caught something, a shape, crouched low in the shadows. I froze again. My first thought was that it might be an animal, but as the flashlight swept across the shape, I realized it was too large, too human. My pulse quickened, and I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. I called out into the night, trying to sound firm, but my voice cracked, betraying my fear. "Hello!" No answer. The shape didn't move. It just sat there, still, barely visible in the darkness. I didn't know what to do. My instincts screamed at me to run inside, lock the door, and call for help, but my feet wouldn't move. Something about that figure, motionless, unmoving, kept me rooted to the spot. And then it shifted, slowly, just a little, like it was adjusting its position. That movement was enough to snap me into action. I turned and bolted back inside the cabin, slamming the door behind me. My breath was ragged as I fumbled with the locks, securing myself inside. I spent the next few hours pacing the cabin, too anxious to sit still. Every sound outside made me jump. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, the wind howling through the trees. But nothing came to the door. Nothing tried to break in. It was as if the figure had never been there. But I knew it had been. I was sure of it. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache, barely having slept. I knew I couldn't stay here much longer. The isolation, the silence, the figure outside. It was all too much. I quickly packed up my things, deciding to leave the cabin early. But before I could leave, I had to check around the cabin. I needed to know if there were any signs of who or what had been out there the night before. I walked around the cabin, inspecting the ground, the bushes, the trees. There was no trace of anything unusual, no footprints, no broken branches, no disturbed dirt. It was as if whatever had been there had never existed. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just my imagination. Something had been out there, something I couldn't explain. I didn't wait any longer. I grabbed my pack, locked up the cabin, and hiked back down the trail. I was eager to get to the car and drive back to civilization, where things made sense again. The forest, the cabin, the strange encounter, all of it felt like a bad dream. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever I had experienced was real. As I reached the trailhead and saw my car in the distance, I breathed a sigh of relief. The forest behind me seemed so much darker now, as if it were hiding secrets I didn't want to uncover. I started the car, pulled out of the trailhead, and drove back toward the town. It wasn't until I was almost home, hours later, that I realized something. I had left my flashlight on the porch of the cabin. I hadn't gone back for it, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I didn't want to go back. Not to that place, not ever again. It was the first weekend in October when I decided to drive up to a remote cabin I'd rented online a few weeks earlier. I needed to get away from everything: work, people, noise. I live just outside of Cincinnati, and things were getting overwhelming lately. My job was a mess. I hadn't slept right in weeks, and I kept waking up with my jaw clenched so hard it gave me headaches. I'd originally planned to go somewhere out west, maybe Colorado or Utah, but I didn't have the time. So I looked around Ohio and Indiana for something remote. I found a small listing online, posted by an older man who owned a piece of land deep in the woods near a place called Dunlap Ridge in southern Indiana. The pictures showed a rundown but sturdy-looking log cabin tucked into some trees, no neighbors for miles, and a small fire pit outside. It was simple, and that was what I needed. The listing said there was no electricity, no Wi-Fi, no running water. Just a bed, a wood stove, an outhouse, and a table. That was perfect. I packed up my car Friday morning. I brought 3 days' worth of food, 2 large jugs of water, a big rechargeable flashlight, a couple of knives, my .38 revolver, and a few changes of clothes. I also brought firewood since the listing recommended bringing your own. I topped off the gas tank before heading out because the man warned there weren't any stations near the place. It took me about 4 hours to drive there, including the last 30 minutes on a dirt road that got worse the deeper I went. The road was barely wide enough for my car. The trees grew thick on both sides, arching over the road until it almost felt like a tunnel. The further I drove, the more I noticed the way the branches scraped my roof, and the deeper I went, the more I felt something I couldn't name. Not fear exactly, Not at that point, just alert, like my brain switched into a mode I hadn't used in years, like I needed to listen closely. When I finally got to the cabin, it was almost 3 in the afternoon. The place was even more secluded than I'd expected. The trees opened up a little to a small clearing where the cabin sat slightly crooked on a patch of grass. The wood was dark with age, and the roof sagged in a few places. But it held. The porch had 2 old wooden chairs, and there were tire tracks still faint in the grass, probably from the owner. I parked just off the clearing and got out. The air was different there. It was quiet in a way I hadn't experienced before. No hum of cars in the distance, no voices, no phone alerts. Just wind, the creaking of trees, and the occasional chirp of birds. Felt good for a while. I carried in my supplies and opened the front door. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and old dust. The main room had a small wood stove in the corner, a bed pushed up against the back wall, a table with 2 chairs, and a shelf with some old lanterns and canned goods that looked like they'd been there for decades. No curtains on the windows. I checked out the back and found the outhouse a little ways into the woods. It was leaning but functional. After unpacking, I lit a small fire in the wood stove, made myself some instant rice with a packet of tuna, and ate in silence. The sun dipped low by 6:30 p.m., and by 7 o'clock it was almost pitch dark. The flashlight helped, but I mostly relied on the small lanterns. I read a little from a paperback I brought and went to bed early. No phone, no distractions, just the sound of the wind outside and the soft creaks of the old cabin settling. That first night I didn't sleep great, but I didn't expect to. Every time the wind picked up, the cabin groaned like it might fall apart. I could hear scratching noises now and then, probably mice or squirrels. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps outside, but when I sat up and held my breath, everything went quiet again. I figured it was just the wind playing tricks. The next morning, I made some instant coffee, stepped out onto the porch, and just stood there for a while. The air was cold, and the trees were still. Everything looked untouched. I walked around the cabin to stretch my legs. That's when I noticed something strange in the dirt near the outhouse. There were boot prints, fresh ones, not mine. I wear size 11 boots. These were smaller, maybe size 9 or 10. They led from the woods to the outhouse, then around the side of the cabin toward the back wall. I followed them, heart starting to thump a little. They stopped right beneath one of the rear windows. There was no reason for anyone else to be out here. The owner told me no one lived anywhere nearby, and I hadn't seen a single other car or person since I turned off the highway the day before. I looked around the woods but didn't see or hear anything. Still, the prints were real. I walked the perimeter again, then went inside and double-checked that my revolver was loaded. It was. I kept it on the table next to me the rest of the day. I stayed inside most of the morning and afternoon, read some more, made simple meals, and watched the woods through the windows every now and then. Nothing else happened. By the time the sun started to drop again, I was telling myself it could have been the owner or someone who came by before I got there. That second night was colder. I added more wood to the stove and bundled up in a sleeping bag on top of the bed. Around midnight, I heard a noise again. Not the wind. A sharp crack like a stick breaking underfoot. Then silence. Then slowly more footsteps. Not heavy ones. Careful. Deliberate. They moved around the side of the cabin, near the same window where I saw the prints earlier. I stayed perfectly still, listening. The steps stopped for a long time. Then I heard a soft, low scraping sound, like something dragging lightly across the wall outside. I sat up and grabbed the flashlight and my revolver. I waited a long time. No more sounds. Eventually, I opened the door just a crack and looked out. Nothing. I stepped out onto the porch and shone the flashlight around the clearing. The beam caught nothing but trees and empty grass. No movement, no shapes, but I still had that feeling again. Like something was watching. Like something was out there just beyond what the flashlight could reach. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I found more prints. This time they went from the woods to the side of the cabin again, then back into the trees. But there was something else now. Scratches. Deep ones carved into the wood near the window. They weren't made by an animal. They were long, thin, and straight, like from a knife or some kind of tool. I knew I should leave. I packed up my gear quickly, threw everything into the car. But when I turned the key, the engine sputtered and clicked. Then nothing. I tried again. Nothing. The battery was dead. I hadn't left the lights on. The car was brand new. No warning lights, but it was completely dead now. I didn't have cell service, and the nearest main road was at least 10 miles back through thick woods and narrow trails. I had enough food and water to last, and the revolver gave me some peace of mind, so I decided I'd wait a day, maybe two, then walk out if nothing changed. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I tried to relax, tried to stay rational, but the woods didn't feel empty anymore. Every sound felt louder, closer. At one point, I swore I heard breathing just inside the tree line. That night was the worst. It started with the usual footsteps. Then came the knocking, light at first, on the back wall, then the side, then louder, rhythmic, like someone trying to get my attention, or maybe just test me. I sat on the bed, revolver in hand, flashlight aimed at the door. I waited. The knocking stopped. Then I heard the door handle jiggle, slowly, like someone testing the lock. It was latched from the inside, but I got up and braced a chair under it too. My heart was pounding so loud I couldn't hear anything else. Minutes passed, maybe hours, then silence. When the sun rose the next morning, I checked outside. More prints, more scratches, and something new, piece of rope. It was tied in a loop and nailed to a tree about 20 feet from the porch. A noose, not a large one, small, like a sick warning, or a message. I didn't care about the car anymore. I stuffed the revolver in my waistband, packed what I could carry into a backpack, and started walking. I didn't take the road. I cut through the woods, compass in hand, heading west toward where I knew the nearest town had to be. I didn't stop. I didn't eat. I didn't rest. After about 6 hours, I hit a gravel road. A few minutes later, a passing truck stopped and gave me a ride to a small gas station. I didn't say much, just that my car died and I needed help. I called a tow company and had them recover it the next day. They said the battery was drained completely, like it had been intentionally run down. No obvious reason why. I didn't go back to the cabin. I never got an answer about who or what had been out there those nights. I filed a report with the local sheriff's office, but they just said it was likely a squatter or someone passing through. No follow-up, no arrests. The listing for the cabin disappeared a week later. I still have dreams about it. Not nightmares exactly, just flashes of the trees at night, of the prints outside the window, of the noose swinging slowly in the morning light. I don't go camping anymore. I had been planning this solo trip to the cabin for months. I needed some time alone, away from everything, away from the noise, the chaos, the constant ping of my phone. Just a few days in the woods, in a tiny, remote cabin far enough from the nearest town to feel completely disconnected. There was something about the isolation that had always appealed to me. The idea of sitting by a fire, breathing in the crisp mountain air, and just listening to the quiet was perfect. No distractions, no one to bother me. The cabin I rented was old, tucked away in a narrow valley surrounded by dense trees. It was secluded enough that I wouldn't have to worry about other people, something I knew I would appreciate once I arrived. The drive up to the cabin had been smooth, the road winding through forests and across shallow streams. It felt like I was heading into a different world, and with every mile, I could feel the weight of the city life lifting from my shoulders. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked exactly as I'd expected. It was rustic, simple, and even a little worn down, with a small porch and a single chimney. There was a small patch of grass in front of it, leading into the woods. The air smelled fresh, with hints of pine and earth. It was exactly what I needed. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, greeted by the musty scent of old wood and the faint smell of stale smoke from the fireplace. The inside was cozy, with wooden beams stretching across the ceiling, a small kitchen area in the corner, and a large stone fireplace on the far wall. The furniture was old but sturdy, with a worn leather couch and a wooden table. It was clear this place hadn't seen many visitors in recent years, but that was part of the charm. I unloaded my things, settling in for what I hoped would be a peaceful and relaxing stay. The first few hours were blissfully quiet. I went out for a walk around the property, taking in the sights and sounds of the wilderness. Birds chirped in the distance, and the only sound besides the wind rustling through the trees was the soft crunch of leaves under my boots. There was a small creek nearby, and I found myself sitting by it for a while, just listening to the water trickle over the rocks. As the sun began to set, I returned to the cabin, feeling satisfied with my first day. I built a fire in the fireplace, and soon the warm glow filled the room. I cooked myself a simple dinner, nothing fancy, just some pasta and a bit of bread, and sat down to eat, watching the flames dance in the hearth. There was something soothing about the firelight. It was a sharp contrast to the digital glow I had become so accustomed to. The night fell quickly, and soon the only light in the cabin was from the fire. I sat there for a while, staring into the flames, letting my mind wander. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular, just letting the quiet settle over me. But as I sat there, a strange feeling started creeping over me. It was hard to describe at first, like a low hum of discomfort in the back of my mind. At first, I thought it was just the isolation getting to me. Maybe I was too used to being surrounded by people and noise. But the feeling didn't go away. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like an unease, like something was slightly off, just enough to make me feel uncomfortable. The wind had picked up outside, howling through the trees, and the night seemed darker than usual. I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe the old cabin just made strange noises. Maybe it was just the unfamiliar environment, the silence of the woods. I pulled the blanket tighter around myself and tried to ignore it. But then there was a sound, a thud, soft but distinct, coming from somewhere outside the cabin. I froze, listening. There was no wind now, no rustling of the trees, just silence, broken by that single thud. It didn't seem like something falling or shifting in the wind. It was deliberate, like someone or something had knocked against the cabin. I sat there, frozen, waiting for another sound. Nothing came, just the crackling of the fire and the occasional shift of the house settling on its foundation. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon, something harmless. But then there was another thud, louder this time. It came from just outside the window, close enough that I could almost feel the vibration in the glass. My heart started racing. I stood up slowly, walking toward the window. I peeked through the heavy curtains, but I couldn't see anything outside. The darkness was thick, pressing in on the cabin. I could barely make out the outline of the trees, swaying in the wind. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. What was that? What if someone was out there? What if I wasn't alone? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The sense of unease that had been lingering in the back of my mind all evening was now fully present. I couldn't ignore it anymore. It was real, and it was growing stronger by the minute. I tried to tell myself that it was probably just an animal, a bear maybe, or something else. But I knew deep down that I couldn't be sure. I had come here for solitude, but now I felt anything but alone. I looked around the cabin, considering my options. The door was locked, the windows all sealed. I was safe, at least I should be. But then the thuds came again, this time from the side of the cabin, soft like a tap against the wood. And then, after a long pause, a scraping sound. Something dragging across the exterior, slow and deliberate. My blood ran cold. This wasn't an animal. I knew it. Animals didn't scrape the side of the cabin like that. And they didn't knock on windows. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. I had no idea who or what was outside, but I knew one thing. I wasn't safe. I had to do something. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and went to the door, my mind spinning. I wasn't sure what I thought I'd accomplish by opening the door, but I couldn't just sit there anymore. Every instinct told me to stay put, but curiosity and fear pushed me to act. I turned the lock and slowly cracked open the door, keeping the chain in place. The light from the flashlight spilled out onto the porch, but there was no one there. The area around the cabin was empty, shrouded in darkness. I stepped outside cautiously, holding the flashlight out in front of me. The beam cut through the night, but it was no use. The trees around me were thick, and the light barely reached beyond the edge of the porch. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like I was in the middle of some sort of trap. I checked the back of the cabin, shining the light across the ground. Nothing. No signs of anyone, no footprints, no broken branches. But the unease was still there, thick and palpable, pressing down on me like a weight. I couldn't stay out here. I turned back toward the door, but before I could step inside, I heard a sound. A low, grating scrape. It came from behind me, from the woods, like something heavy being dragged across the forest floor. I whipped around, shining the flashlight into the trees, but there was nothing there, only shadows. The scrape came again, closer this time. I slammed the door shut, locking it behind me. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I couldn't breathe. I was trembling now, my mind racing. What was happening? Was someone out there? Had they been watching me the whole time? I didn't know what to do. My thoughts were a blur. Should I call for help? But there was no cell service up here, no way to reach anyone. I was alone. I spent the rest of the night pacing, checking the windows, listening for any sounds outside. But nothing happened. The rest of the night passed in silence. The sounds stopped. The wind died down. The forest outside seemed to settle, as if nothing had ever been wrong. By morning, I was exhausted, my nerves fried. I had no idea what had happened the night before. I had considered leaving, packing up and heading back to civilization, but something kept me there. Maybe it was the need for answers, or maybe it was just the stubbornness that made me want to finish what I started. I spent the rest of the day keeping a close eye on the surroundings, though nothing unusual occurred. The only evidence that anything had happened was the feeling that stayed with me, that feeling of being watched. That feeling never quite left, even as I packed up to leave. When I finally drove away from the cabin, heading back down the winding road, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching me. But I never found out what it was. And as I drove further from the cabin, the woods slowly fading into the distance, I realized that some mysteries were better left unsolved. I had come to the cabin seeking solitude and peace. What I left with was a deep sense of unease, a feeling that no matter how far I ran, there would always be something lurking in the shadows, waiting. I had always been drawn to the idea of getting away from the noise, from the people, and just finding peace. That's why, when I had the chance to rent a cabin in the woods, I took it without hesitation. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, just a way to disconnect and recharge. I didn't think anything could go wrong. The cabin was tucked deep into the forest, miles away from the nearest town. I had to drive on an old, gravel road for what felt like hours before I finally reached it. When I turned off the engine and stepped out, the silence hit me immediately, thick, enveloping silence. Not the kind of quiet you get in the city when everything just pauses, but a heavy, almost oppressive stillness that hung in the air. I shook it off, thinking it was just the isolation, the remoteness of the place. The cabin was small but cozy, built from old timber with a stone fireplace and a creaky wooden porch. It was exactly what I wanted, simple, rustic, and far from civilization. I spent the first few hours unpacking, organizing my things, and exploring the small area around the cabin. There were no other cabins in sight, no signs of life, just trees, endless trees, stretching as far as the eye could see. The only sounds I could hear were the rustling of the leaves and the occasional bird call. As night fell, I lit a fire in the cabin's hearth and settled in with a book, thinking about how peaceful it all was. But as the darkness deepened outside, an unease settled in. At first, I couldn't place it. It was the kind of feeling that's hard to describe. A prickling at the back of your neck, like someone was watching you, but when you looked around, there was nothing there. I dismissed it. Maybe it was just the isolation getting to me. I had been fine for hours, after all. I had just finished eating a simple dinner when I heard it, the first strange sound. A soft scratching noise, like something or someone was tapping gently on the outside of the cabin. My first thought was that it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a squirrel, but then the sound changed. It wasn't random anymore. It was rhythmic. Tap, 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 like something or someone was trying to get in. My heart began to race as I stood up slowly, straining my ears to listen. The fire crackled, sending shadows dancing across the walls of the cabin. But beyond that, there was nothing. Just the steady tap, tap, tap. I grabbed a flashlight, my hands trembling slightly as I shone it through the windows, scanning the dark forest outside. There was nothing, no movement, no sign of anything, really. I convinced myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. It had been a long day of travel, and the isolation was probably starting to get to my head. Still, I locked the door behind me and went to bed early, hoping the strange feeling would pass by morning. The next day was bright and clear, and I woke up feeling better. The eerie feeling I had the night before was gone, replaced by the peaceful tranquility of the morning. I made myself a simple breakfast, then decided to go for a hike. I didn't want to sit around all day. I wanted to explore the woods a bit, get a feel for the area. The trail started behind the cabin, winding its way through the trees. The air smelled fresh, and the sun filtered through the branches in soft, dappled patterns. It was beautiful, really, but as I walked, I noticed something strange. The deeper I went into the woods, the quieter it got. It was almost as if the forest itself was holding its breath. No birds singing, no wind rustling the leaves, just silence, an unsettling silence. I thought about turning back, but I told myself that I was just being paranoid. There was no reason to be scared, right? The woods were beautiful and everything felt fine, until I came across something. At first, I thought it was just a fallen log, but as I got closer, I realized it was a human footprint. It was big, far too big for my own, and it was fresh. The dirt around it was still slightly disturbed, as if someone had just walked through moments before. I froze, staring at the footprint. My mind raced, trying to come up with an explanation. Maybe it was another hiker, I thought, but the trail wasn't heavily trafficked. If there had been someone else out here, I would have seen them, heard them. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. So, I turned back, walking quickly, my senses heightened. The feeling of being watched returned, but this time, I couldn't ignore it. I was being followed. I could feel eyes on me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I quickened my pace. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of the leaves, made me jump. Felt like someone was right behind me, following my every move. I didn't look back, couldn't look back. I just needed to get to the cabin. When I finally made it back, I was out of breath, my heart racing. I locked the door behind me and double-checked the windows. Then I sat down, trying to calm myself. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I had just gotten a little spooked. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That night, the tapping on the cabin door came again. Tap, tap, tap. My heart skipped a beat as I stood in the dim light of the cabin, listening. It was just like the night before, rhythmic, deliberate. But this time, I wasn't just scared. I was terrified. I grabbed the flashlight again and, without thinking, opened the door. The night air hit me like a punch. It was cold, biting, and carried with it the scent of the woods. The beam of the flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but trees. But then I saw something, a shadow moving swiftly between the trunks of the trees. I froze, the beam of light trembling in my hand. I couldn't make out what it was, but it was moving. Fast. Too fast. I slammed the door shut and bolted it. My mind raced as I tried to process what was happening. Who was out there? Why were they watching me? I tried to ignore the pounding of my heart in my chest as I paced back and forth, trying to figure out what to do. There was no phone signal out here, no way to call for help. I was completely alone. I didn't sleep that night. Every little sound, every creak of the cabin, every rustle of the wind made my heart skip. The tapping continued sporadically throughout the night, and I couldn't bring myself to check outside again. I stayed curled up in a chair by the fire, staring at the door, listening for any sign of movement. By morning, I was a wreck. The night had drained me. I couldn't stay here anymore. I had to leave. But when I went to gather my things, I saw something that froze me in place. The footprints. They were outside the cabin now, all around it. Fresh, big, unmistakable. Whoever had been following me was right there, right outside. I grabbed my bag, shoved it into the truck, and didn't look back as I tore out of the driveway. The forest behind me seemed to watch, silent and still. I didn't know who or what had been out there, but I knew one thing for sure. I was never coming back. I've always been a fan of the quiet, the kind of silence you get out in the wilderness, far away from the constant hum of city life. That's why I booked the cabin, tucked deep into the woods. I was craving that kind of peace, that kind of isolation where all you hear is the wind rustling through the trees and maybe the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. It was supposed to be the perfect weekend getaway. Just me, the woods, and my thoughts. I arrived at the cabin just before sunset. It was exactly as I expected. Secluded, nestled in the pines, with only a narrow, dirt road leading up to it. The cabin looked old but sturdy, built of thick logs that had weathered many seasons. The porch creaked as I stepped up onto it, and I could hear the soft chirping of birds and the breeze pushing through the tall trees surrounding the property. It felt peaceful, almost too peaceful. I unlocked the door with the key the owner had left in the lockbox. Inside, it was cozy. A small fireplace sat against one wall, with a few armchairs arranged around it. There was a kitchen, simple but fully stocked. The bedroom was small, with a comfortable-looking bed under a window that looked out into the dense forest. Everything seemed perfect. I spent the evening unpacking and settling in, making a simple meal of pasta and canned vegetables. As the last light of day faded and the night stretched out, I sat by the fire, sipping on a glass of wine. The warmth of the flames crackling in the hearth made everything feel safe, even though I was alone in the middle of nowhere. The silence was profound, almost too much so. It was different from the quiet I had imagined. This silence felt heavy, but I didn't think much of it. I was tired from the drive, and soon I found myself heading to bed, the soft sound of the wind lulling me into a deep sleep. The first night went by without incident. I woke up the next morning to the sunlight filtering through the trees, casting a soft glow into the cabin. The air was crisp and fresh, a welcome change from the smoggy city I'd left behind. I made coffee, sat on the porch, and just enjoyed the solitude. The second day passed like the first, uneventful but relaxing. I took a short hike through the woods around the cabin, taking in the beauty of the forest. The path was narrow, overgrown in places, but still clear enough to follow. The trees were tall and old, and the air was filled with the smell of pine and earth. It was a beautiful, peaceful place, the kind of place you would expect to find a storybook cabin. That night, I made dinner again, then spent a few hours by the fire, reading. I was still alone, but something started to nag at the back of my mind. A feeling, a strange, unshakable feeling that I wasn't really alone. It was nothing concrete, just the occasional sound that made me pause. The slight creak of the porch boards when there was no wind. The way the shadows in the trees seemed to move even though I knew there was no breeze. I tried to ignore it. I had come here for peace, and I wasn't going to let my imagination ruin that. I went to bed, leaving the fire burning low. The night was quiet, too quiet. My sleep was fitful, and I woke up several times, staring into the dark, listening for something I couldn't name. On the third day, things started to get strange. I woke up early, as usual, but when I stepped out onto the porch with my coffee, I noticed something odd. There were footprints in the dirt, big ones. They weren't animal tracks, at least not any animal I knew. They were human, though the pattern seemed off. Whoever had walked up to the cabin had moved slowly, carefully, almost as if they were trying not to make a sound. I stood there for a long time, staring at the prints. They didn't lead anywhere specific, just stopped at the edge of the porch and disappeared into the woods. My heart rate increased, my stomach tightening. I was alone out here. The cabin was supposed to be secluded, safe. But now I wasn't so sure. I decided to check around the cabin. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe someone else had stayed here recently and hadn't bothered to wipe their feet. But something didn't sit right. I walked around the perimeter of the cabin, keeping my eyes peeled for anything out of place. The tracks weren't the only thing that bothered me. It felt like the air itself was different, thicker. I could almost feel someone watching me. The rest of the day was uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I kept checking the windows, kept peeking out into the trees, half expecting to see something or someone standing just out of sight. But nothing happened. The day passed like the others, quiet and still, and I convinced myself I was just being paranoid. The tracks probably didn't mean anything. It was probably just someone who had been out here before. That night, I tried to stay relaxed. I sat by the fire, forced myself to enjoy my meal, but I couldn't keep my mind from wandering. As I was cleaning up the dishes, I heard something outside, a soft, scraping sound against the cabin's walls, followed by a slight thud, like something or someone had bumped into the side of the house. I froze. My heart pounded in my chest. The noise stopped, and the silence returned, but this time, it was different. The quiet wasn't peaceful anymore. It was oppressive, like the world was holding its breath. I waited, straining to hear anything else, but nothing came. I grabbed the flashlight, my hands shaking as I shined it through the windows. Nothing. The trees outside were still, the shadows deep and impenetrable. Maybe it had been an animal. Maybe it had been nothing at all. But deep down, I knew it hadn't been nothing. The rest of the night was restless. I stayed up late, listening for any more sounds, watching the door, my nerves fraying with every creak and groan of the old house. Around midnight, I heard it again. Faint, almost like a whisper, but unmistakable. The sound of footsteps on the porch. I jumped up, my breath catching in my throat. I grabbed the flashlight and rushed to the door, peeking through the blinds. For a moment, I didn't see anything, just the dark woods surrounding me, the silence pressing down. Then I saw it, a shadow moving just at the edge of the light. It was tall, thin, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw something flicker in the trees. It was like the shadow wasn't quite real, like it didn't belong to the forest. I stared at it, my mind racing, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light. But then the shadow moved again, and I could see it clearly. Someone was out there. I backed away from the window, panic rising in my chest. I didn't know what to do. The cabin didn't have a phone, and even if it did, the signal was non-existent. I was completely isolated, completely alone, with no way to reach help. I decided I couldn't just stay inside. I had to do something. I grabbed the only thing I could think of, a heavy metal fire poker, and I stepped outside onto the porch, shining the flashlight around, trying to spot anything, anyone. The forest around me was still. The only sound was the wind rustling in the trees, the occasional snap of a branch. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching me. I walked down the porch steps, my heart pounding in my chest. The flashlight beam swept over the ground, the shadows deep and unforgiving. There was nothing, no one. I checked the side of the cabin, the back, and found nothing. No tracks, no movement, just the stillness of the night. But the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it only grew stronger. Something was wrong. I went back inside, locked the door, and bolted the windows. I stayed up all night, sitting in the darkness, listening for anything, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. When morning came, I packed my things quickly, not bothering with any of the usual rituals of breakfast or checking out. I just wanted to leave. As I was about to step out the door, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the porch steps, was a single, fresh footprint. A print I hadn't seen before. I didn't wait for another moment. I locked the door behind me and drove away, my hands shaking on the wheel. The cabin faded into the rearview mirror, but the sense of being watched, of something being just out of sight, stayed with me. It was a few months later when I heard the news. A man had gone missing in the woods near the cabin. The authorities never found him. They didn't know what happened to him, but there were rumors about someone or something lurking in the shadows, and I've never gone back. I had never been the type of person to shy away from a challenge. I loved the outdoors, the quiet, the freedom, and most of all, the isolation. When my friends and I decided to rent a small cabin in the woods, about a 3-hour drive from the nearest town, I was eager. No electricity, no phone signal, just nature and a small wooden structure with a fireplace. It seemed like the perfect weekend getaway. The cabin was located at the edge of a dense forest, surrounded by tall trees that stretched up like arms trying to reach the sky. There was something eerie about it, but I pushed those thoughts away, telling myself that I was being dramatic. The cabin had a certain charm to it, old, weathered, and secluded, but it felt like a peaceful retreat from the chaos of everyday life. The first night went by without incident. We arrived just before sunset, unloaded our things, and started a fire in the fireplace. The smell of burning wood filled the air as the cabin grew warm. We ate dinner, had some drinks, and played cards until late into the night. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional snap of a twig outside. The isolation was soothing, even if there was a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. It was the kind of place that made you feel small and vulnerable, but I didn't think much of it. That night, I fell asleep easily, the sound of the wind rustling through the trees lulling me into a deep slumber. I woke up in the middle of the night, disoriented, my heart pounding for no apparent reason. The air felt thick, colder than before. The fire had burned down to embers, leaving the cabin in near darkness. I glanced at the clock, 2:32 a.m. I told myself it was just the cold air playing tricks on me. I needed water. As I got up and walked toward the kitchen, I noticed something strange. The door to the cabin's small porch was slightly ajar. The wind hadn't been strong enough to move it, and none of us had gone outside since we had settled in. I froze. I stood there, staring at the door, wondering if I had somehow left it open earlier, but I was certain I hadn't. The last thing I wanted to do was go outside into the dark woods, but the feeling of unease was growing stronger. I grabbed my jacket and stepped out onto the porch, hoping to ease my mind. The porch creaked under my weight as I stepped outside, and the night air hit me like a cold slap to the face. The woods were silent, eerily so. There were no sounds of animals or insects, just the rustling of leaves from the wind that seemed to blow in every direction. I glanced around, but there was nothing unusual, nothing but the blackness of the woods surrounding me. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I went back inside quickly, locking the door behind me. My heart was still racing, and the air felt heavy, like the pressure before a storm. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about the night felt off. I tried to calm myself, convinced that I was just overreacting. Maybe it was the isolation, the stillness, or the unfamiliarity of the place. As I climbed back into bed, I heard a sound, something soft but distinct, came from the woods, just beyond the cabin. It was a shuffling sound, like something or someone moving through the underbrush. My heart stopped. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I held my breath, straining to hear more. The sound stopped, but then it started again. This time it was closer. There was no mistaking it. Someone or something was out there. I lay still, my mind racing. Was it a wild animal? A bear? Maybe? But no, bears didn't make that kind of sound. It was too deliberate, too human. The thought sent a cold chill through me. I tried to tell myself that it was nothing, that it was just the wind, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The sound came again, closer still. My chest tightened, and I felt the sweat begin to bead on my forehead. I wanted to get up, to grab a flashlight, to check the area, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I was paralyzed by fear. The sound stopped once more, and I held my breath, listening for any movement, any clue as to what was out there. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time seemed to stretch in the silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Finally, I forced myself to move. I quietly got out of bed and tiptoed to the window. Slowly, I parted the curtains, my eyes scanning the area. The porch was empty, the woods dark and still. I saw nothing, but I still felt it. Something was out there. I went back to bed, trying to convince myself that I was imagining things. but the unease lingered. It was impossible to sleep after that. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to every creak of the cabin, every whisper of the wind. I don't know when I finally fell asleep, but it was only for a few hours. The next morning, I woke up to find the others still asleep. I slipped out of bed, trying to shake off the remnants of last night's fear. The sun was up now, and the world outside seemed calmer, more welcoming. The birds were singing, and the air had warmed up. I took a deep breath, relieved that the eerie feeling had subsided. We spent the day hiking, taking in the sights, and exploring the surrounding woods. But as the sun began to set, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The woods felt too quiet again, and when the others weren't looking, I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone watching me. But no one was there. That evening, as we sat around the fire, I noticed something strange again. The door to the porch was slightly ajar. I was certain I had closed it earlier, but now it was open just enough to let in the cool air. I wasn't the only one who noticed. My friends looked at each other, exchanging uncomfortable glances, but no one said anything. Later that night, after we had gone to bed, I woke up again. This time, I didn't hear anything at first, but when I went to the window to check, I saw something that made my heart drop. In the distance, just beyond the tree line, there was a figure. A tall, dark shape, standing motionless, just watching the cabin. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. The figure didn't move, just stood there unmoving, watching. I didn't tell anyone. I couldn't bring myself to. They would think I was overreacting, but I couldn't shake the image of that figure in the dark. It was too real, too unsettling. The next morning, we packed up and left the cabin early. No one said anything about the strange happenings, but we all felt it. Something had been off. Something had been watching us. Weeks later, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. It was as though the woods, that cabin, had somehow left its mark on me. I never went back. I never will. But I sometimes wonder about that figure in the woods, and I wonder if it was ever truly just my imagination. I've been planning this trip for months. A weekend getaway in a small, isolated cabin, miles away from the nearest town, deep in the woods. It was exactly what I needed: time to clear my head, disconnect, and enjoy the peace and quiet. At least that was the idea. The drive out was long, winding, and lonely. I remember passing by empty fields, the occasional farmhouse, and stretches of trees that seemed to go on forever. The road started to narrow as I got closer to my destination. By the time I made the final turn onto a gravel path, the sunlight had already begun to fade, casting long shadows that stretched across the road like dark fingers. I had a GPS, but there were so few landmarks that I relied more on memory from the cabin's website than anything else. Eventually, the gravel path opened up into a clearing, and there it was, the cabin. It looked exactly like the photos, small, wooden, with a stone chimney and a porch that wrapped around the front. It sat on a slight hill, surrounded by towering trees that almost seemed to close in on it, blocking out the rest of the world. The kind of place that made you feel like you were truly alone. I parked my car and grabbed my bag from the trunk. The sound of the engine's hum dying as I shut the door. A sudden, eerie quiet replaced it. I could hear the wind rustling through the leaves, but otherwise, nothing. No distant sounds of traffic, no birds chirping, nothing. Felt like the world had just stopped. I stood there for a moment, taking it all in. I'd been looking forward to this peace and quiet for so long, but now, standing here in the growing darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I pushed the thought away and walked toward the front door. The key was where the owner had said it would be, in a small box under the porch, hidden from view. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, immediately hit by the smell of wood and old furniture. The cabin was simple but cozy. A couch in front of a stone fireplace, a small kitchen area with a stove and a few basic supplies, and a bedroom in the back. There was a small window above the bed that overlooked the woods. The place was completely surrounded by trees, the kind that made you feel like they were watching you. I settled in quickly, unpacking my things and starting a fire in the fireplace to chase away the chill. As I sat there, the flickering flames casting long shadows across the room, I felt a strange sense of unease. It wasn't anything specific, just an overwhelming feeling that I wasn't as alone as I thought. I pushed it aside, convincing myself it was just nerves from the long drive. The evening passed quietly enough. I made myself some dinner, nothing fancy, just canned soup, and ate by the fire. The wind howled outside, but I felt warm and safe inside the cabin. After dinner, I read for a while, then decided to get some sleep. The bed was comfortable enough, and the sounds of the wind outside soon lulled me into a deep sleep. But then, in the middle of the night, I woke up. First, it was just a feeling that something was wrong. The room was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of embers in the fireplace. I listened carefully, but I couldn't hear anything unusual. The wind had calmed down, and the forest outside was silent. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I lay there for a few moments, trying to convince myself that I was just being paranoid. But then I heard it, a soft, faint sound. At first, I couldn't place it. It was like a creaking, but it wasn't the house settling. It was outside. It was a slow, rhythmic noise, like footsteps crunching through dry leaves. But that didn't make sense. No one should have been out here. There wasn't another house for miles. I pushed myself up on one elbow and listened harder, my heart rate quickening. The sound continued, slow and deliberate, moving closer. Whoever or whatever was out there was moving with purpose. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but the sound of footsteps was too distinct, too deliberate to be anything like that. And anyway, no animal would walk that slowly, that consistently. The creaking continued for what felt like an eternity. I was frozen, unable to move. My mind raced. Was someone out there? Was I being watched? My breath was shallow, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Every part of me screamed to go check, but I couldn't make myself move. The only sound in the cabin was the occasional snap of the fire. Then the sound stopped. Silence. I waited for what felt like hours, straining my ears for any sound. My mind kept racing with possibilities. Could it have been an animal after all? Was it some local who wandered too close? My thoughts spiraled out of control, and I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. The thought of going outside, even just to check, was terrifying. But at the same time, I knew I couldn't just lie here and wait. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly crept to the door. I checked the locks first, making sure everything was secure. My hand shook as I turned the handle, but I had to know what was out there. I stepped outside, the cold night air hitting me like a slap to the face. The porch was empty. The wind had picked up again, and the trees swayed above me, their branches creaking and groaning in the gusts. But there was no sign of anyone, no footprints in the dirt, no signs of life at all. I shone the flashlight across the yard, my heart pounding in my chest. The light caught on the trees, but nothing seemed out of place. I stood there for a moment, trying to steady my breath. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was just the wind playing tricks on me. I was about to turn back inside when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It was a figure standing just at the edge of the trees. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but then I saw it move. Slowly, deliberately, it took a step forward. My heart skipped a beat. I froze, my mind scrambling to make sense of what I was seeing. It was a person standing still, barely visible in the shadows. I couldn't see their face, but the outline of their body was unmistakable. They were wearing dark clothing, and they didn't seem to be moving much, just standing there watching. I felt my blood run cold. I should have run, should have gone back inside and locked the door, but I couldn't move. I just stood there, frozen in fear, unable to tear my eyes away from the figure. Then, without warning, they turned and disappeared into the trees. I snapped back into reality and rushed inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I locked every bolt, every latch, every lock I could find. I stood there in the dark, my mind racing. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Someone had been out there watching me, The rest of the night passed in a blur. I barely slept, my eyes flicking open every time I heard the slightest sound. The wind howled outside, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was waiting out there in the dark. The next morning, I decided to leave. I didn't even bother to make coffee or eat breakfast. I packed up as quickly as I could, my hands trembling the whole time. By the time I was ready to leave, the sun had fully risen, and the forest was quiet once more. I started my car and drove down the gravel path, my heart still pounding in my chest. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The cabin was still there, standing in the clearing, looking just as it had when I arrived. But now it felt different, felt wrong. I never went back. I never thought I'd end up spending a week alone in a cabin deep in the northern woods of Minnesota, but that's exactly what I did last November. My cousin Eric had offered me his family's old hunting cabin to get away from things for a while. He said it had been empty for a couple years, and that it was quiet, just trees, a river, and some trails. I'd been dealing with a bunch of stress from work and personal stuff, and it sounded perfect. I packed enough food, a camp stove, some clothes, a few books, and my rifle, just in case there were any wild animals around. It took me 7 hours to drive there. The roads narrowed the farther north I got. The last 45 minutes were dirt and gravel roads that twisted through thick forest. The trees were all bare by then, and everything had that dead, gray look that November brings. I remember the sun going down early, just as I was pulling into the clearing where the cabin sat. There were no other cabins nearby, no cell service, no power lines, just the single-story wooden structure with a rusted metal roof and a small front porch. I parked, stepped out of the truck, and immediately noticed how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, just empty. Inside the cabin, everything smelled like dry wood and dust. There were a couple of bunks along the far wall, a small kitchen area with a wood stove, and a table in the center. I walked around with a flashlight, checking each corner. Everything looked like it had been untouched for years, but it was clean enough. There was an outhouse about 30 feet from the back door, and a fire pit out front with a couple of old camp chairs. I lit a fire in the stove and unpacked. That first night was uneventful. I read a little, heated up some canned stew, and fell asleep early. The next morning, I woke up just after sunrise. It was cold. I could see my breath inside the cabin. I got the fire going again and made instant coffee. I spent the day hiking around the trails Eric mentioned. They were hard to follow, overgrown in some places and blocked by fallen branches in others. I carried my rifle with me, mostly for peace of mind. I didn't see much wildlife, just a few deer in the distance and some rabbit tracks in the snow. I liked the quiet at first, felt like my mind could finally slow down. But that night, something felt different. I was sitting outside in front of the fire pit, bundled up in my coat, just staring at the flames. The woods were pitch black beyond the edge of the clearing. There wasn't a breeze, no sound of branches moving, no animals, nothing. It was like the trees were holding their breath. I felt something in my chest tighten. I brushed it off, went back inside, and locked the door behind me. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up. I wasn't sure why at first. Then I heard it, crunching snow, footsteps, not animal steps. These were slow, deliberate, and spaced like a person walking. I sat up and reached for my flashlight and rifle. The steps stopped. I held my breath, waited, nothing. I stood and walked to the window, shining the light outside. Nothing, just the fire pit, now dark, and the edge of the trees. I stayed up for over an hour, watching out the window, listening. I never saw anything, and eventually, I fell back asleep. The next day, I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe even a moose. Big animals can make a lot of noise, especially on frozen ground. I forced myself to stay busy. I gathered firewood, cleaned up the cabin, even chopped some wood from a nearby fallen tree. But that night, the same thing happened. I woke up at nearly the same time, heard the same slow crunching steps. They came from the woods, circled the cabin, and then stopped. I stayed frozen in bed, barely breathing. I listened for over an hour again. This time, I didn't look outside. I didn't want to see anything. By the fourth day, I was exhausted. I barely slept. The woods didn't feel peaceful anymore. Every branch looked like it was watching me. I started noticing small things that were different. The first was a set of muddy boot prints on the porch. I hadn't been out there since the afternoon, and I knew I hadn't left them. They were from heavy boots, men's size, maybe a little bigger than mine. I cleaned them off and didn't go back outside the rest of the day. Then I noticed scratches on one of the cabin's back window frames. Not claw marks. These were long, thin lines, like someone had used a knife or nail to scrape into the wood. It looked fresh, too fresh. I stopped hiking the trails and stayed within sight of the cabin. Every noise made me jump. I kept the rifle loaded and beside me at all times. That night, I decided to stay up and keep watch. I sat by the window with the rifle across my lap and a flashlight in hand. It was a full moon, which helped. Around 2:30 a.m., I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. Just a shadow at first, then something stepping forward. It was a man, or at least it looked like one. He was tall, heavy, wearing a dark coat. He stood there, just outside the tree line, not moving. I couldn't see his face. I aimed the rifle, but I didn't shoot. My hands were shaking too hard. After maybe 2 minutes, he turned and walked back into the woods. I didn't sleep at all after that. The next morning, I packed my gear and loaded it into the truck. I wanted to leave, but when I turned the key, the engine wouldn't start. Battery was dead. I checked under the hood. Nothing looked wrong. It didn't make sense. The truck was less than 2 years old. I tried again. Nothing. I was stuck. I spent the next day trying to figure out a way to get help. No cell service. No radio. I thought about walking the 20 miles back to the small town I passed on the way in, but the sun was already low. I didn't want to be caught in the woods after dark. I decided to wait until morning. That night was the worst. I nailed the windows shut from the inside using spare wood I found in the storage closet. I barricaded the front and back door with chairs, stacked wood, and the table. I stayed up again, rifle in hand, flashlight ready. Just after 2 a.m., I heard the steps again. This time they were heavier, closer, faster. I heard someone try the front door, then the back. The windows creaked, then silence. For hours. At dawn, I took the rifle, my pack, and started walking. I didn't care how far it was. I just needed to get out. The trail was harder to follow now, half covered by new snow. I kept hearing things in the trees behind me. Snaps, footfalls. I didn't stop. Around midday, I saw tire tracks, fresh ones, on a snow-covered service road. I followed them and, after 2 more miles, flagged down a logging truck. The driver gave me a strange look when he saw me. Dirty, tired, carrying a rifle, but he let me climb in. We didn't talk. He dropped me off in town, where I called Eric. He picked me up that evening. A few days later, I had my truck towed out. The mechanic couldn't find anything wrong with it. Battery worked fine. It started on the first try in his shop. I haven't been back since. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted, but I know he was real. I know someone was out there, and I know if I had stayed one more night, I probably wouldn't have come back. Now, I keep my doors locked, even in the city. I don't camp alone anymore. I still think about those footsteps sometimes. That feeling of being watched from the trees. That long walk through the woods with something just behind me. It hasn't left me, but I'm safe now, and that's what matters. I needed to get away for a while. Work had been nonstop, and my phone hadn't stopped buzzing for weeks. I was tired in a way I couldn't explain to anyone. So I rented a small off-grid cabin way out in northern Michigan, deep in the woods near the edge of a state forest. It was supposed to be quiet. No internet, no cell signal. Just me, a few books, some firewood, and a weekend with no distractions. I packed everything I thought I'd need. Cans of soup, protein bars, a few bottles of water, even though the cabin had a pump well. I brought a first aid kit, a flashlight, batteries, a knife, and a small hatchet for firewood. I brought extra blankets in case it got cold at night. I even brought a hand crank radio just in case the weather changed and I needed updates. The drive was long and the dirt road to the cabin was rough, full of potholes and washouts. The trees were so thick in some parts they formed a tunnel over the road. There weren't any other houses nearby. I didn't pass another car for the last 20 minutes of the drive. When I pulled up to the cabin, the late afternoon sun was falling through the trees and everything looked calm. I parked the car just off the path, unloaded my things and settled in. The cabin was small but solid. Wooden walls, one bedroom, a fireplace, a small kitchen with a propane stove. No electricity, but it had lanterns and candles. There was a manual pump outside for water. The outhouse was about 20 yards behind the cabin, tucked in the trees. That first night was peaceful. I sat by the fire, read a little, and fell asleep early. I remember thinking I hadn't felt that relaxed in months. The next day, I decided to explore the woods around the cabin. I wasn't planning on going far, just wanted to stretch my legs, maybe gather some kindling. I took the hatchet with me and wore my hiking boots. I had my phone in my pocket even though it had no signal, just in case I wanted to check the time. There were game trails all over. I followed one that looped around the back of the cabin and wandered deeper into the trees. It was quiet, the kind of silence that you only get in the deep woods. I could hear squirrels and the wind, nothing else. It was peaceful, but after a while, I started to feel like I should head back. The sun was still up, but in the woods, light fades fast, and I didn't want to lose the trail. That's when it happened. I was stepping over a fallen log when my foot slipped on a patch of damp moss. My leg went down hard, and I felt something snap. Not just pain, a snap. I fell sideways into the brush, and the hatchet flew out of my hand. For a second, I couldn't breathe. Then the pain hit me all at once. I grabbed at my leg, just below the knee. The angle was wrong. My foot was turned away it shouldn't be. I couldn't put weight on it. I tried to push myself up, and the pain shot through my shin like fire. I knew right away I had broken it. I sat there for what felt like 10 minutes, trying not to throw up. The panic didn't come right away. It crept in slowly as I realized where I was. Alone. No cell service. No one expecting to hear from me for 2 more days. And I was at least a quarter mile from the cabin. I had no choice. I couldn't stay out there. It wasn't cold enough to kill me, but I didn't have water or food with me. I needed to get back. I tried crawling first, dragging myself toward the fallen log I had slipped on. I made it about 10 feet before I had to stop. Every bump in the trail was like a hammer to the leg. The forest floor wasn't flat, roots, branches, sharp stones. It was going to take hours. I tore off my flannel shirt and tried to wrap it around the leg like a makeshift brace. It didn't help much, but it kept the foot from flopping as much. I found a broken branch and used it as a crutch. Standing up made me dizzy. I moved a few steps at a time, leaning heavily on the branch, dragging my leg behind me. I could see the trail, but it was hard to follow. I kept losing my direction and had to backtrack more than once. I kept an eye out for the sun and tried to keep it over my left shoulder. I figured that was the same direction I had come from. I fell more than once. Each time I screamed into the dirt, biting down on my arm to stop from yelling too loud. Something about being out there alone made me feel like I shouldn't make too much noise. I don't know why, just instinct. After about 2 hours of dragging myself and limping, I spotted the clearing through the trees. The cabin was there, thank God. I almost cried when I saw it. I collapsed near the porch and just lay there, staring up at the sky. It was almost dark now. I hadn't realized how much time had passed. I forced myself to crawl up the steps and push the door open. Once I was inside, I pulled myself over to the couch and sat down, shaking. The first thing I did was get a bottle of water. Then I dug out the first aid kit. It had some gauze, painkillers, and a small splint for fingers, but nothing for a broken leg. I had to improvise. I found a couple of wooden boards in the corner, probably leftover firewood. I padded them with a towel, lined them up along my shin, and tied them with the strap from my duffel bag. It wasn't perfect, but it held the leg straight. I took 2 painkillers and drank more water. That night was the longest of my life. Couldn't sleep. The pain kept coming in waves, and I couldn't get comfortable. I kept thinking about what I'd do if things got worse. If the legs swelled up, if I got a fever, if something inside tore and started bleeding. I kept trying the phone, but nothing. Just no signal. I turned the radio on and cranked it, hoping maybe I'd hear something. All I got was static and faint music from some distant station. The next morning, I tried to make a plan. There was no point trying to walk out. The road was at least a mile away, maybe more, and I couldn't make it 20 feet without falling. I decided to stay put, keep the fire going, and wait for someone to come looking for me. I had 2 days before the rental was over. Maybe someone would show up to clean it. Maybe the owner would call the sheriff if I didn't check out. I rationed my food. Just 1 can of soup that day and a few crackers. I drank water from the pump. Every few hours, I shifted my leg and checked the color of my toes. I remembered reading once that if your toes turn blue, it means circulation is cut off. They stayed pink. That was good. The second night was worse. I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal. At least I didn't think so. I had the fire going low in the fireplace, just enough light to see shadows moving across the windows. Something crunched across the leaves out back and stopped near the outhouse. I sat there on the couch, clutching the hatchet I had managed to recover, not breathing. I never saw anything. Nothing came to the door, but I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found boot prints near the pump. Not mine. I hadn't been out there since before the fall. These were fresh. I didn't know what to think. Maybe a hiker. Maybe a hunter passing through. Maybe they saw the cabin and decided to check it out. But they hadn't knocked. They hadn't helped. That day I stayed inside and kept the hatchet close. The pain in my leg had dulled to a constant throb. I was running low on water because I was too afraid to go outside. On the third day, around noon, I heard a vehicle. It was faint at first, just a low rumble through the trees. I dragged myself to the window and saw a truck pulling up the road. A green pickup with a yellow logo on the side. It was the property manager. I threw the door open and waved. When the guy got out and saw me, his face changed. I must have looked terrible. He helped me into the truck and called for help on his radio. Within the hour, an ambulance showed up at the nearest crossroads, and they carried me out. At the hospital, they said I had fractured both bones in my lower leg. A clean break, but if I tried to walk on it much more, I could have damaged it permanently. I had bruises, a mild concussion, and dehydration. I stayed there for 4 days before they released me to recover at home. It's been months now, and I'm walking again. Still have a limp when it rains, but I'm healing. I think about that cabin a lot, about how close I came to being stuck out there with no one finding me, about the boot prints near the pump. I still don't know who was out there that night. Maybe someone lost, maybe just passing through. Maybe they didn't mean any harm, but they didn't help either. I learned a lot from that trip, about being prepared, about how fast things can go wrong. But mostly, I learned that I'm not as invincible as I thought. I haven't been back to the woods since, but sometimes, when I wake up at night and it's quiet, I still hear the crunch of leaves outside my window. It was early November when I drove up to Ridge Hollow, a stretch of remote forestland tucked deep into northern Pennsylvania. The leaves were mostly down by then, slick piles of browns and dull yellows covering the shoulders of the one-lane road leading to the cabin I had rented. I'd found it on a listing site that specialized in off-grid vacation spots. The place didn't have Wi-Fi, barely had electricity, and used a wood stove for heat. That was exactly what I was looking for. I'd been working nonstop for months, and I needed a place where no one could reach me. The drive was long and empty. No gas stations for nearly an hour once I turned off the main highway. Just thick forest pressing in on both sides. My GPS lost signal about 10 miles before I reached the property, and I had to rely on a printed set of directions I'd taken screenshots of earlier. The cabin wasn't visible from the road. I had to take a steep gravel driveway uphill for maybe 300 yards. It curved sharply a few times and was covered in fallen branches. My tires crunched as I went, and at one point, I thought I'd have to reverse out because a tree had fallen partway across the drive. I managed to get around it, barely, tires brushing the wet edge of a steep slope that dropped into a ravine. When the cabin finally came into view, I felt a little unease. It looked older than the pictures had shown. The logs were dark with age, and moss grew in fat patches along the bottom rows. One of the shutters hung a little crooked. There were no other cabins around, nothing but trees. That part was accurate. It really was isolated. I parked in the clearing and got out. The air was cold and quiet. No wind, no bird calls, just the soft ticking of my engine cooling. I walked around the place once, inspecting it. Nothing looked broken, just weathered. The front door was heavy and creaked when I pushed it open. It smelled like old wood and cold ashes inside. There was a small living room, a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a kitchenette with a sink and a propane burner. The fridge was one of those tiny square ones. A single bedroom sat off to the left with a double bed and a heavy quilt. The bathroom had a composting toilet and no shower, just a basin with a pitcher for rinsing off. I wasn't planning to do much except read, write, and hike. Maybe build a fire outside and cook over it. I was okay with roughing it. I spent the first few hours unloading my gear. Mostly canned food, dry snacks, water jugs, and some firewood I'd brought in case the stack pile outside was damp. I got the stove going just before sunset. It took a while, and I had to kneel in front of it and feed it tiny pieces of kindling until the fire finally caught. The inside warmed up slowly. That first night, I didn't sleep well. It wasn't the bed, it was fine. But the silence was absolute. I didn't realize how much I'd gotten used to background noise until it was gone. No traffic, no humming from appliances, just the soft settling of the wood, which made sudden cracking sounds as it cooled. Every time I started to drift off, some creak or pop would wake me, and I kept thinking about the long drive, the steep ravine, the lack of signal. If something happened, I wouldn't be able to call for help. That part kept creeping into my head. The second day, I tried to shake it. I ate a cold breakfast and hiked one of the trails marked on the old paper map left on the table. The trail hadn't been maintained, overgrown with fallen trees, but I pushed through. It looped down to a stream and back up again, maybe 4 miles total. When I got back, my legs were muddy and scratched, and I felt better. I built a small fire pit outside and roasted a few sausages. That night, I drank a little bourbon and read until the fire in the stove burned down. I fell asleep faster this time, but woke again in the middle of the night. It was maybe 2 a.m. I could see the red glow of the stove still faintly alive, and the cabin had cooled a bit. I got up to throw in more logs. That's when I noticed it. The front door wasn't shut all the way. It wasn't wide open, just cracked. I was sure I'd bolted it. I remembered hearing the sound of the lock sliding into place. I told myself I'd probably forgotten, or maybe it hadn't latched fully. Still, I stood there for a long minute, just staring at it. The cold air slipping in felt different, sharper somehow. I didn't hear anything outside. I opened the door and looked. Nothing, just dark trees and my truck parked under the faint starlight. I locked it again, double-checking it this time. I went back to bed but slept restlessly. The third day was gray. I could tell by the light even before I opened the door. A fog had moved in, thick and heavy. It clung to the trees, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet. Everything looked closer than it was. The stillness had deepened. I didn't hike that day. I chopped wood instead and stayed near the cabin. Around mid-afternoon, I noticed a print in the mud near the woodshed. Not an animal. It looked like a shoe. Old tread, almost smoothed over. Could have been mine, I wasn't sure. The ground was soft from the fog, and maybe I hadn't noticed before. I told myself that. That night, I secured the cabin tightly. I placed a piece of firewood against the door like a wedge and set a few pans near it so they'd fall if someone opened it. I felt silly doing it, but not enough to stop. I couldn't explain why, but I didn't feel alone anymore. I woke around 3 a.m. I hadn't heard anything, but I felt cold. The stove had gone out. I got up to relight it. When I walked into the main room, the pans by the door were on the floor. The door was closed, still locked. I stood there for a long time. My skin crawled. Nothing made sense. If it had been wind or vibration, the door should have been ajar. I checked the window latches, all sealed, no broken glass. The next morning, I decided to leave. I'd only planned for 4 days, but I'd had enough. I packed everything quickly and loaded my truck. The fog was still thick, even thicker than before. I started driving down the gravel path slowly. The slope was slick from moisture. About halfway down, my back tires slid. I tapped the brakes. Bad idea. The whole truck shifted left toward the ravine. My heart kicked into overdrive. I straightened the wheel and gently accelerated. The tires caught, barely. I made it to the bottom and stopped to calm myself. Then I saw it. Another set of tire tracks in the mud. Not mine. They were older, fainter, but definitely there. Narrower, maybe from an old Jeep or small truck. They had come up the drive, then reversed out. I hadn't noticed them when I first arrived. I didn't see another car the whole way out. No houses, no signs of life. When I got home, I called the rental service and asked if anyone else had access to the cabin. They said no. I asked if the owners lived nearby. They said the owner had passed 2 years ago and the property was managed remotely. I told them about the tracks and the door. They said no one had reported anything before. I didn't press it. I didn't want to deal with it anymore. That week, I changed the locks on my own house. I bought a security system too, not because I believed someone had followed me back, but because I couldn't explain what happened out there. And that was worse. I still don't know what to make of it. Nothing happened. I was never attacked. I never saw anyone, but I know someone had been near that cabin. I know they stood close enough to leave a footprint. I know they opened the door twice, and I know they left without being seen. I haven't gone back to Ridge Hollow. I never will. I've always loved the idea of getting away from everything. The constant noise, the distractions, the hustle and bustle of everyday life. The thought of just being alone, surrounded by nothing but nature, seemed like the perfect escape. So when I found this small, secluded cabin in the woods for a weekend getaway, I thought I had struck gold. I needed a break, some quiet time to clear my head. The cabin was tucked away in a little-known corner of the state park, far from any major trails. I had found it online and wasn't sure what to expect. The photos showed a rustic, charming little place surrounded by trees, a wood-burning stove, and a wide porch that looked out over a small lake. It seemed perfect. I arrived late on a Friday afternoon, just as the sun was starting to dip behind the trees. The drive had been longer than expected, but as I pulled up to the cabin, the feeling of isolation hit me immediately. The place was exactly as advertised, but there was something different about it. Maybe it was just the time of day, twilight, and the shadows that stretched across the yard, or maybe it was the feeling of being so far removed from civilization, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't completely alone. The first thing I did when I stepped inside was take a deep breath of the musty, wood-scented air. The cabin was old, but in a cozy, lived-in way. There was a fireplace in the corner, a small kitchen to the left, and a loft with a bed up a narrow set of stairs. I unloaded my things and settled in, making myself a cup of tea and sitting down to relax. The stillness around me was almost deafening, but I figured it was just the nature of being in the middle of nowhere. That night, I went to bed early. There was no television, no internet, nothing to distract me. Just the sounds of the wind rustling the trees outside and the occasional snap of a branch. I thought I'd sleep well, but sleep didn't come easily. The bed was firm, and the cabin creaked with every gust of wind. Every little noise seemed to echo through the room, but I tried to brush it off. I told myself it was just the house settling. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a strange sound. At first, I thought it was just a branch hitting the roof, but then I heard it again. A soft, rhythmic thumping, coming from the corner of the cabin near the window. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable. I lay still in bed, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. Maybe an animal outside, maybe a tree branch brushing against the house. I stayed perfectly still, waiting for it to stop. But the noise didn't stop, kept going. Thump, 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 like something or someone was moving around out there, right by the window. I was too scared to get up and check. My mind raced with all sorts of possibilities. Maybe there was a person outside. Maybe it was just a bear or some other animal, but I couldn't convince myself of anything. I couldn't move. The noise stopped after what felt like an eternity. I stayed awake, staring into the darkness of the cabin, waiting for it to resume, but it never did. After a while, exhaustion overcame me, and I finally drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I woke up to find everything exactly as it had been the night before. The cabin was still peaceful even. I decided to go for a walk around the property to clear my head. As I stepped outside, the fresh, cool air greeted me, and for a moment, I thought about how much I needed this time away. The cabin sat on a small hill, overlooking a narrow lake. The trees were thick, but not so much that the sun couldn't filter through. I walked down the path toward the water, taking in the beauty around me. The ground was soft with fallen leaves, and the sound of my footsteps seemed to echo in the stillness. There was a boat dock at the edge of the lake, but the boat was gone, likely taken in for the season. The water was calm, reflecting the trees and the sky above. It looked like the kind of place people would visit to get away from the world, but it was hard to ignore the nagging feeling that something was wrong. As I walked back toward the cabin, I noticed something odd. There were footprints leading up to the front door. Large, muddy prints that hadn't been there when I arrived. They were too big to be from an animal, and they didn't match the size of my own shoes. They were fresh, still damp, the earth around them not yet dry. My heart skipped a beat as I looked at the prints. I didn't want to believe it, but the thought that someone else had been here, possibly watching me, crossed my mind. Maybe it was just a neighbor who had walked by, or maybe the owner of the cabin had been there recently. But then why hadn't I noticed anyone? I spent the rest of the morning on edge, locking the doors when I went inside, keeping the blinds drawn. The thoughts wouldn't leave me. Who had been here? What did they want? I kept telling myself it was probably nothing. But then, just as I was getting ready to leave, I noticed something else. The back door, which I was sure I had locked, was slightly ajar. It was barely open, but enough that I could see the dark, empty room beyond. My stomach dropped. I hadn't opened that door, and I was certain I'd locked it before going out. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the authorities? Should I leave? I had no cell service, and the nearest neighbor was miles away. I didn't want to leave without knowing what was going on, but I didn't want to stay there, either. Instead, I decided to take action. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, my hands shaking. I locked the back door behind me, grabbed my keys, and left. The drive back to town was long, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following me. Every rearview mirror glance seemed to confirm it. When I finally reached the main road, I pulled over, trying to calm my nerves. I was out of the woods, so to speak, but the feeling of dread never really left me. The experience had been enough to convince me to stay away from cabins in the middle of nowhere for a while. Later that evening, I received a call from the property manager. They told me they had checked the cabin after I left and found no sign of forced entry. Everything seemed fine. I tried to explain the footprints, the strange noises, and the open door, but the manager seemed unconcerned. They assured me that the cabin was secure and that nothing unusual had happened. I never went back, and to this day, every time I think about that weekend, I can't help but feel that something wasn't right. Maybe I'll never know exactly what happened, but I'll always remember the way that cabin made me feel. Like I was being watched, like I wasn't supposed to be there. The woods can be beautiful, peaceful, and serene, but there's something about being alone in the middle of nowhere, with no one around, that can make even the most tranquil places feel sinister. It's a feeling I'll never forget. I never really believed in much of anything paranormal. I was more of a skeptic than anything else, dismissing stories of hauntings or creepy encounters as people letting their imagination run wild. But this cabin in the middle of nowhere changed that. Not in a supernatural way, but in a way that made me question everything I thought I knew. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend getaway, just a break from the grind of daily life. I'd been working too much lately, and after a bit of convincing, I managed to get my friends, Sam and Greg, to join me for a weekend retreat in a cabin I had rented. It was far from the city, deep in the woods. The closest neighbor was miles away, and there were no nearby towns. It was perfect, or at least that's what I thought at the time. We arrived late in the afternoon after driving down a winding dirt road. The kind of road you wouldn't want to drive at night, especially with the dense forest on both sides, closing in like something trying to swallow you. The sun was just starting to set, casting long shadows across the land. The cabin itself was small, old, with wooden beams and a stone fireplace that looked like it had seen better days. It was surrounded by tall trees, thick with leaves, and an eerie stillness hung in the air. No animals, no birds, no wind. Inside, the cabin had a rustic charm, though a little worn down. The furniture was basic. A couple of old sofas, a small kitchen table, and a stove that looked like it was about to fall apart. There was a single bedroom with a double bed and a creaky wooden floor. The windows were covered in grime, and the curtains, once bright red, had faded to a dull pink. But there was a kind of beauty to it, the kind of peacefulness you find when you get away from the noise of the world. We unloaded our stuff and set up for the night. Sam was already looking forward to the hike the next day, and Greg was busy cracking open a beer, his usual way of unwinding. I, on the other hand, had a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. It wasn't fear, at least not at first. It was more of an unease, a sense that something was off. But I ignored it, brushing it aside as just nerves from being out in the middle of nowhere. The first few hours were fine. We ate dinner, shared stories, and enjoyed the isolation. As the night settled in, we lit a fire in the fireplace and kicked back. The fire crackled and popped, sending small sparks up the chimney. But as the night grew darker, that sense of unease kept gnawing at me. Couldn't place it. It wasn't anything specific. It was just the way the cabin felt. Empty, hollow, like it was waiting for something. It wasn't until the wind picked up that things started to get weird. At first, it was just a soft breeze that rustled the trees outside, but then it grew stronger, louder, as if it were pushing its way through the forest. It howled through the cracks in the walls, making the whole cabin creak and groan. We all shrugged it off, blaming it on the weather. But as the wind picked up, so did something else. A strange noise, distant but persistent, reached our ears. It wasn't a howl or a whistle like the wind. It was more like a scratching, soft at first, then louder, like something or someone was dragging something heavy across the ground. Sam was the first to notice. He stood up suddenly, his face pale. He didn't say anything at first, just stared at the door, his eyes wide. "You hear that?" he asked, his voice a little shaky. I tried to brush it off, but that unease was back, growing stronger. I nodded, but I didn't want to admit that I heard it too. Greg just laughed it off, making some joke about raccoons or some other animal being out there. But the sound kept coming, louder now. Scraping, dragging, like something heavy was being moved just outside the cabin. And then it stopped. Silence. For a moment, we just sat there, staring at each other, unsure of what to say. The fire crackled and popped, breaking the silence, but that quiet feeling lingered. Greg stood up, his voice trying to sound casual. "I'm going to check it out," he said, but there was a hesitation in his voice that wasn't there before. Probably just an animal. No big deal. He grabbed a flashlight from his bag and went outside, leaving the door open behind him. I heard him calling out into the night, his voice lost in the wind. "Hey, who's out there?" His voice faded as he walked further into the dark. I don't know how much time passed, but it felt like an eternity before I heard him again. "Guys, you need to see this." Sam and I looked at each other, our faces pale, but neither of us said a word. We both stood up and walked to the door, hesitating for a second before stepping out into the cold night. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, and the wind had died down to a faint whisper. The forest stretched out around us, dark and foreboding. The only light came from Greg's flashlight, which he was holding up towards something on the ground. There, in front of the cabin, were deep, gouged marks in the dirt. Long, dark streaks like something had been dragged across the ground. The marks led away from the cabin, disappearing into the trees. "What the hell is that?" Sam muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. I could barely think, my mind racing as I stared at the marks. They weren't animal tracks, and they weren't from anything natural. They looked almost deliberate. Whatever it is, it's been here, Greg said, his voice tight. He looked over at us, his eyes wide. It's fresh. We're not alone out here. I don't know what it was, but I had this sinking feeling in my stomach that told me we needed to leave. Now, but we didn't. We stood there for what felt like hours, staring at the marks, not knowing what to do. Eventually, we went back inside the cabin, trying to shake off the feeling of dread that had settled over us. But that was only the beginning. It was a typical weekend getaway. I had been looking forward to it for weeks. A secluded cabin in the woods, far away from the chaos of everyday life, seemed like the perfect place to disconnect and unwind. I'd rented the cabin online after doing a bit of research. The photos looked charming, rustic but cozy, with a large stone fireplace and big windows that overlooked a serene lake. The kind of place that promised peace and solitude. I didn't mind being alone in nature. In fact, I preferred it. There was something peaceful about being so far from civilization, so removed from the noise and bustle of everyday life. The cabin was located deep in the woods, about an hour's drive from the nearest town. As I pulled off the paved road and onto the gravel driveway, I noticed how quiet it was. The trees seemed to press in on both sides, their dense canopy blocking out the sun and creating a shadowy, almost oppressive atmosphere. I parked the car, grabbed my bags, and made my way to the front door. The air was cooler here, the scent of pine filling my nostrils. I was excited to get inside and settle in, but something about the place made me uneasy. It was hard to put my finger on it. Maybe it was the way the trees seemed to close in around the cabin, or the fact that the only sounds I could hear were the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. I shook off the feeling. It was probably just nerves. After all, I was used to hiking and camping alone, and nothing bad had ever happened to me before. Inside, the cabin was just as I had imagined, simple yet comfortable. A stone fireplace sat in the corner of the main room, and the furniture was made of dark wood, giving the space a cozy, rustic feel. There was a small kitchen, a couple of bedrooms, and a bathroom with a clawfoot tub. I could see myself spending the weekend here, reading, writing, and just enjoying the peace. I unpacked my things, stowing my clothes in one of the dressers, then made myself a cup of coffee and sat by the window, gazing out at the lake. The water was still, almost like glass, reflecting the dense trees surrounding it. It was beautiful in a way that felt timeless, like something you would see in an old painting. That evening, I made dinner in the small kitchen and sat at the table, eating alone in the quiet cabin. As night fell, the shadows outside grew deeper, and the wind picked up, making the trees sway. It was soothing at first, the way the wind would rustle the leaves. But as the night wore on, the sound became more unsettling. It was like the wind was whispering, shifting through the trees in a way that felt unnatural, almost deliberate. I brushed off the feeling, but there was a strange tension in the air. I couldn't help but feel as though I wasn't as alone as I thought. I tried to shake the thought from my mind and turned on the television to distract myself. After a while, I went to bed, hoping that sleep would bring some relief from the nagging unease. But sleep didn't come easily. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the cabin settling, the occasional creak of the wood, the rustle of wind through the trees. I pulled the blanket tighter around me and closed my eyes, trying to push the feeling of being watched out of my mind. The longer I lay there, the more aware I became of every little sound. The wind was louder now, and I could hear something else beneath it. A thump, a faint sound, like something heavy hitting the ground, followed by a scraping noise. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I waited, straining my ears, but the sound didn't come again. Maybe it was just a branch falling from a tree, or an animal moving through the underbrush. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I told myself it was nothing and finally drifted into a restless sleep. The next day, I decided to go for a hike. I'd been planning to spend the day exploring the area around the cabin, and the strange noises from the night before had left me feeling a little jumpy. The fresh air and daylight would surely clear my mind. I grabbed my backpack and headed out, following a narrow trail that led into the woods. The trees here were thick, their trunks covered in moss and their branches heavy with leaves. As I walked deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in slivers. It was peaceful, the only sound being the crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the occasional bird call from above. Still, that odd feeling lingered. I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched, but I tried to ignore it. After all, I was just in the woods. Nature had its way of making you feel small, like you were nothing in the grand scheme of things. I spent hours hiking, covering miles of terrain, but every time I stopped to rest, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. I'd turn around, half expecting to see someone behind me, but there was never anyone there. It wasn't until I reached a clearing that the feeling became overwhelming. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my stomach dropped. There was something here, something wrong. The clearing was small, surrounded by thick trees, and in the center was a large rock, flat and smooth, almost like a natural table. I stepped closer, my curiosity piqued, but as I reached the rock, I noticed something strange. The ground around it was disturbed. There were fresh footprints, too large to be from any animal I knew, and the dirt was dug up, as though something had been buried and recently unearthed. My heart raced, and I took a step back, suddenly feeling very exposed. I looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. The woods were as quiet as ever. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, like something or someone was waiting for me to make the next move. I didn't want to stick around and find out what that might be, so I turned and began walking back toward the cabin. As I made my way through the trees, I felt a sharp sense of urgency. I picked up the pace, my footsteps quickening as the feeling of being followed grew stronger. I kept my eyes on the trail ahead, not daring to glance over my shoulder. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made my heart skip a beat. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw the cabin in the distance. The sight of it brought a wave of relief, but as I got closer, I noticed something strange. The door to the cabin was wide open. I froze, my blood running cold. I was sure I had closed it when I left that morning. My first thought was that maybe I'd forgotten, but then I noticed the small details that didn't make sense. The way the doorknob was turned, the way the door was pushed in just a little too far. Someone had been inside. Someone had been here. I stood there for a moment, staring at the cabin. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. Should I go in? Should I call for help? I didn't know what to think, but I knew I couldn't just stand there. Taking a deep breath, I walked up to the door and cautiously stepped inside. The interior was just as I had left it. The furniture was undisturbed, and there was no sign of forced entry. But there was a feeling in the air, a heaviness that hadn't been there before. I moved through the cabin, checking each room, but everything seemed fine. Nothing had been stolen, nothing had been broken. But the door, why was it open? It wasn't until I went into the kitchen that I saw it. On the counter, next to the sink, was a small, folded piece of paper. I felt my stomach drop as I reached for it. I unfolded it slowly, dreading what I might find. It was a single sentence, written in careful, precise handwriting. "You shouldn't have come here." I felt the blood drain from my face. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at the message, unable to process what it meant. It wasn't a prank. This wasn't some kind of joke. Someone had been here, and they knew I was alone. I backed away from the counter, my mind racing. Who would do this? Why? I felt sick, the walls closing in around me as I realized that I was no longer alone in the woods. The peaceful retreat I had envisioned had become a trap. I didn't wait to investigate further. I grabbed my things, locked the door, and made my way back to my car. My hands shook as I started the engine, the fear coursing through me. I drove away, not looking back until I was miles down the road, far from the cabin and the woods. In the days that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Who had left the note? Why had they targeted me? I still don't know the answers, and I don't think I ever will. But I do know one thing. I will never go back to that cabin. That place, those woods, are no longer peaceful to me. They're a reminder of how quickly things can turn from serene to terrifying, and how, sometimes, the greatest danger is the one you never see coming. The cabin sat at the edge of a dense forest, tucked away far from any signs of civilization. I had rented it for the weekend to get away from everything. Work, noise, the constant pressure of city life. Just me, the quiet, and the trees. That was the plan, anyway. I arrived in the late afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. The drive had been long and winding, the road barely more than a dirt trail in some parts. The cabin looked like something out of an old wilderness ad. Wooden, with a small porch and windows that looked out into the forest. There was an old car parked beside the cabin, a rusted sedan that looked like it hadn't moved in years. The air was fresh, crisp, the kind of cool that comes just before the evening chill sets in. I was alone, which was exactly what I wanted. My phone barely had a signal, which felt like a blessing. It was the kind of isolation I had been craving. After getting my things inside, I started a small fire in the fireplace, unpacked some food, and settled in. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional creak of the wood as the temperature dropped. As night settled in, the wind started picking up, rustling the branches outside. The forest was alive with noise, an occasional owl hooting, the rustling of leaves, but nothing too disturbing. I tried to relax, to shake off the lingering unease that had started to settle in when I first arrived. It wasn't the cabin itself. It was something else, a vague feeling that had crept up on me during the drive, something I couldn't quite place. I shook it off. I was being silly. I had stayed in isolated places before, and nothing had ever happened. It was just the quiet. I turned on a lamp, pulled a book from my bag, and tried to focus. But as the wind picked up, I couldn't ignore the occasional loud thud coming from somewhere outside. It was odd, like something heavy had dropped, or maybe a branch had fallen. But it wasn't the wind. This was different. I closed my book, stood up, and walked over to the window. The trees outside swayed in the gusts of wind, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was a stupid thought, but the longer I stood there, the more I felt it. The house felt too quiet, too empty. The isolation was too much. I pulled the curtains shut and sat back down by the fire. The hours passed slowly. Every creak of the floorboards, every snap of the fire, made me jump. At some point, I must have drifted off to sleep, because when I opened my eyes again, the cabin was dark. My watch told me it was nearly 2 in the morning. I had no idea how long I had been asleep. I heard it then, a faint scraping sound from outside. It was subtle, but it was there. I froze, listening. It wasn't the wind or an animal. It was too deliberate, too rhythmic. I stood up, heart pounding in my chest, and went to the window again. There was nothing, just the dark silhouette of the trees against the night sky. Another scraping sound, followed by what almost sounded like a low grunt. I swallowed hard, my pulse quickening. My thoughts raced, but I couldn't make sense of it. Was it an animal? Person? Why would anyone be out there? I grabbed a flashlight from my bag, my hands shaking as I turned it on. The beam cut through the darkness outside, illuminating nothing but the empty porch and trees. I stood there, staring at the light as it flickered slightly in my grip. Another sound, this time louder, a sharp scrape that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I turned, my mind racing. The door to the cabin was unlocked, but I had locked it when I arrived. I had checked. The only way in or out was through the front door. No, that was impossible. Couldn't be. But I checked anyway. I walked over to the door, my heart thudding in my chest. The deadbolt was still in place, but the door itself was slightly ajar. My breath caught in my throat as I stood there, staring at the crack in the door. The wind must have blown it open, I told myself. That had to be it. But the sound outside was still there, soft, rhythmic scraping. Closer now. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't a branch. My mind raced as I backed away from the door. The flashlight was still on, and I flicked it around the room. The darkness outside felt like it was pressing in, like something was lurking just beyond my sight. I stood frozen, listening. The scraping stopped. The silence was almost worse than the sound. I slowly crept over to the window again, peeking through the blinds. I could see the porch empty just like before, but something caught my eye, a shadow just out of view moving between the trees. I blinked, my breath catching. It was too dark to make out any details, but I knew something or someone was out there. The air in the cabin felt thick, oppressive. The weight of the silence was unbearable. I moved back to the door, my heart hammering in my chest. What should I do? Should I leave? Should I call for help? My phone had no signal, and the nearest town was miles away. I couldn't just sit here. With my flashlight in hand, I grabbed my jacket, preparing to step outside and see what was going on. The idea felt insane, but I couldn't just hide in the cabin. I needed answers. I had to know what was happening. I opened the door, careful not to make a sound, and stepped outside onto the porch. The cold night air hit me like a wave, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. The ground was wet with dew, and the trees around me whispered in the wind. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. I shone the flashlight around the yard. Nothing. Then the scraping sound came again, closer than before. My heart skipped a beat, and I swung the flashlight in the direction of the sound. Nothing. I was just about to step back inside when I saw something in the distance. A figure moving between the trees, just outside the beam of the flashlight. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just stared at the shape. It was tall, but its outline was hard to make out. It seemed to be standing still, watching. A chill ran down my spine as I realized what I was seeing wasn't an animal. It was a person. I wasn't alone. The realization hit me like a punch. My hands shook as I backed up toward the door, suddenly feeling very small and vulnerable. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its presence, its attention focused on me. I didn't know what to do. Should I run? Should I shout? The flashlight flickered, casting long, uneven shadows across the porch. I turned and ran inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I double-checked the locks, every bolt and latch. But my mind was racing. Who was out there? Why were they watching me? I grabbed my things and went to the back of the cabin, looking for any way to escape, but the back door was locked from the inside. There was no way out, no way to get to my car and drive away. I was trapped. The hours stretched on, each minute feeling like an eternity. I didn't sleep, didn't even dare close my eyes. Every noise, every scrape of a branch, sent me into a panic. At some point, the figure in the woods disappeared, but I didn't trust it. The silence was deafening, and the tension in the air felt like it might snap at any moment. The first light of dawn finally broke, and with it came a sense of relief. I couldn't explain why, but the moment the sun rose, everything felt different. The oppressive fear I had felt all night seemed to lift, and I was able to think more clearly. By morning, I decided to leave. The thought of staying another minute in that cabin, in that forest, was unbearable. I grabbed my things, locked up the cabin, and drove away as fast as I could. The road back felt long, but I didn't care. I just needed to get out of there. I never found out who or what was out there that night. I don't know if it was a person, an animal, or just my mind playing tricks on me. But I do know one thing. I never went back to that cabin, and I'm not sure I ever will. I think it started with the idea of being alone. Not lonely, just alone. No phones, no noise, no people asking me to do things. I've been working at a warehouse job for almost 8 years straight. Night shifts, long hours, dealing with supervisors who had short tempers and coworkers who made everything more stressful. I felt burnt out. Every part of my body was sore, and I needed to get away from it all. I had 2 weeks of unused vacation time. I didn't want to fly anywhere. I didn't want hotels or beaches packed with tourists or cities filled with crowds. I wanted a cabin, something quiet, solitary, somewhere I could sleep in, wake up with no alarm, breathe real air, cook my own food, maybe fish or read, and just let my brain settle down. I found the cabin online, listed on a simple site meant for rural rentals. It didn't have glowing reviews or much traffic, but that's what I liked about it. The pictures were simple. One showed a long gravel road cutting through a dense forest. Another showed a wooden cabin that looked like it had been built decades ago, but still in solid shape. Small front porch, one chimney, a metal roof that looked like it had been recently replaced. The description said it was off-grid, but had solar panels for electricity and a backup generator. It had a water tank, a composting toilet, and a basic kitchen with propane. I paid for 10 nights. I took my truck up early one morning in September, just after Labor Day weekend. Everyone else had gone back to their routines. Kids were back in school. The weather was starting to cool down, which meant fewer bugs and fewer people wandering through the woods. That's exactly what I wanted. A quiet stretch of forest to myself. The drive was long. After about 4 hours, I turned off the paved highway and followed a long gravel road for what felt like forever. My GPS cut out about 30 minutes before I reached the cabin. I had downloaded maps, so I wasn't too worried. I followed the host's printed directions and watched the trees get thicker on both sides of the road. No houses, no parked cars, no sounds but the tires crunching over gravel and the occasional bird call. When I finally saw the cabin, I felt good. It looked just like the photos. It sat in a small clearing, surrounded by pines and tall grass. The porch had an old rocking chair and a pair of boots sitting by the door, probably the host's. The place smelled like pine and dry wood. I turned off the engine, stepped out, and just stood there for a while, listening to the silence. No sirens, no forklifts, just whined through the trees. I brought in my bags, mostly food, some clothes, a couple books, and my rifle. I wasn't planning to hunt, but it felt right to bring it. I didn't know what kind of wildlife lived out here. The inside was as simple as it got. One big room with a bed, a stove, a small fridge powered by solar, and a table with 2 chairs. The bathroom was just a separate stall with a composting toilet and a jug for hand washing. The cabin smelled like old wood, but it was clean. The windows opened out toward the trees, and the sun poured in through gaps in the curtains. It was the kind of place where time stopped. The first few days were exactly what I hoped for. I'd wake up late, sit on the porch with coffee, walk the woods, and come back to read or just rest. I had brought some trail cams I'd used in the past just for fun. I strapped a couple of them to trees about 30 or 40 yards from the cabin, just to see what kind of animals came by at night. I knew there were deer, raccoons, maybe even coyotes. The first few nights were peaceful. I'd fall asleep with the windows cracked, hearing the wind move through the trees. Occasionally, I'd hear something walking outside, twigs breaking, dry leaves rustling, but I chalked it up to animals, probably raccoons or deer. Nothing felt off. But around the 4th night, I woke up sometime after midnight, not to a sound, but to silence. It's strange how silence can feel loud when you're used to natural noises. The wind wasn't moving. No bugs, no leaves, no distant owls, just dead stillness. Felt wrong. I sat up in bed and just listened. I didn't hear anything right away, so I figured maybe the weather had shifted, or I had just woken up at a weird moment. Then I heard it. A slow, deliberate step just outside the cabin wall, followed by another. I held my breath. It was heavy, not fast, not stumbling, just a single person walking slowly, deliberately, around the cabin. I froze. My heart was thudding hard. It wasn't an animal. Too heavy, too slow. Whatever it was, it didn't sound like it belonged out there. I quietly slid out of bed, grabbed my rifle from the wall hook, and tiptoed to the window. I didn't open it, I just stood there and listened. The steps paused. I waited. Nothing. Then another step. Closer this time. It was moving toward the back corner of the cabin. There were no lights back there. Nothing but trees and darkness. I moved to the back window, raised the edge of the curtain slowly, and looked out into the black. Nothing. Not even a silhouette. But I knew something, or someone, was out there. The steps stopped for a long time. Minutes passed. I stood still, sweating. Then, just as I was about to back away from the window, I saw a movement, a quick shift in the dark. like someone had stepped just out of sight behind the water tank. I stayed awake the rest of the night, rifle in hand, waiting for another sound. But it never came. Around sunrise, I went outside slowly, walked the perimeter, and checked for tracks. The ground was dry, so not much showed. But near the back corner, where I'd heard the sound, there was a spot where the pine needles were disturbed, flattened slightly in a footprint shape. Just one. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was a bear or a moose that had wandered too close. But the way it walked, it didn't feel like an animal. It felt like a person. That day, I left the trail cams running and spent most of the day chopping firewood and keeping busy. I didn't want to think too much. When night came, I locked the door and kept the rifle loaded, leaning against the wall beside the bed. I didn't hear anything that night. The next morning, I went to check the trail cams. The one closest to the back corner had its strap cut. Not chewed, cut, clean sliced through nylon, like someone had taken a knife and sliced it right off the tree. The camera was gone. The second trail cam, mounted farther out on a maple tree, was still there. I popped the SD card and loaded it onto my old laptop later that day. Most of the clips were boring, branches swaying, a raccoon sniffing around, a few birds. But one clip made my stomach drop. At around 2:17 a.m., the camera caught a man walking just past the edge of the clearing. He was tall, wearing dark clothes, no flashlight, no backpack. He wasn't hiking, he wasn't hunting, he was just walking, slowly, like he knew where he was going. His head turned toward the camera for a split second. No expression. Then he kept walking. I don't know how he saw the camera in the dark, but he did. That was the night I heard the footsteps. I packed up that afternoon. I loaded everything into the truck, but I didn't leave right away. I sat in the driver's seat, hands on the wheel, trying to figure out if I was being paranoid. Maybe someone else was staying nearby. Maybe it was a hunter who didn't want to be seen on camera. But something about how quiet he was, how deliberate, how close he came to the cabin. I ended up staying one more night out of sheer stubbornness. I kept the truck loaded, though, and slept with one eye open. No footsteps, no sounds. In the morning, I did one more slow lap around the cabin before leaving, just to make sure nothing was left behind. That's when I saw it. Carved into the tree, about 10 feet from the porch, was a word. Stay. Fresh, just cut into the bark. Not weathered, not old. A clean carve, maybe done the night before. Maybe while I was sleeping just feet away. I left. I didn't call the police. What would I say? That someone walked past my cabin in the woods and spooked me? That someone left a word carved in a tree? I drove straight home. I kept watching my rearview mirror the whole way. I never went back. I didn't ask the owner anything. I didn't leave a review. I deleted the photos I'd taken and put the rifle away. I couldn't sleep right for weeks after that. Every noise outside my apartment window made me flinch. The worst part? About 6 months later, I came across a story buried in a local paper. A hunter had gone missing in the same region. No signs of struggle. His truck was found at the end of a gravel road. His gear still inside, but no body, no tracks, just gone. They said it was probably an animal, that he got lost or fell. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw on that camera, and I know what I read carved into that tree. Whoever it was didn't want company, and they weren't bluffing. It was supposed to be the perfect getaway. A quiet cabin in the woods, far away from the noise of city life, just me and my thoughts. I needed a break. The pressures of work had gotten to me, and I thought a weekend alone would help clear my mind. The cabin was tucked away in the mountains, miles from any major road or town. It had been a while since I'd been up to that area, but I remembered it as peaceful, serene, a place where you could hear nothing but the wind rustling through the trees. I drove up there alone, not because I wanted to, but because no one seemed to have the time. At first, I didn't mind being by myself. It felt freeing. As I drove, the roads grew narrower, the trees denser, and the air seemed to get thicker with every mile. I could see the mountains looming ahead, like old silent giants standing watch over the land. The closer I got, the more isolated everything seemed, and the more I realized that maybe I hadn't thought this through as much as I should have. I finally reached the cabin just as the sun was setting. The golden light filtered through the trees, and the whole place had an almost nostalgic feel to it, like stepping into a memory from childhood. The cabin itself was old but well-maintained, with wooden beams that looked like they had seen 100 winters. The porch creaked as I stepped up to it, and the front door was slightly ajar, which made me pause for a moment. I told myself it was just the wind or maybe a loose hinge, but there was something about it that didn't sit right. I shrugged it off and stepped inside. The cabin had the usual smells of wood and old leather. The fire in the hearth was still burning faintly, and there was a kettle on the stove that looked like it had been used recently. Whoever had been here before me hadn't left much behind, except for a couple of chairs by the fire and a thick blanket draped over one of them. I made my way to the small bedroom and unpacked my things. The bed was big enough for me, and the thick quilt on top felt warm against the chill in the air. The window was open a crack, and the sound of the wind outside made the room feel even colder. I closed it, but the cabin still felt off. I couldn't quite explain it, but something about the place didn't feel as welcoming as I had imagined. That first night was the hardest. I tried to get some sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The wind howled outside, rattling the window, and the occasional creak of the floorboards made my heart race. I'd heard about the stillness of the woods, but I hadn't quite understood it until I was lying there, in the dark, all by myself. Around midnight, I heard a noise from downstairs, a distinct sound, like something heavy being moved across the floor. My stomach dropped. I told myself it was just the house settling, maybe a piece of furniture shifting with the temperature change. But it sounded too deliberate, too intentional. I lay there, motionless, listening intently. Another sound came, a scraping noise, like a hand dragging along the floorboards. My breath caught in my throat. I told myself to calm down. It was probably an animal that had gotten inside, a raccoon or something. But the noises weren't the kind animals make. They were human noises. I got out of bed slowly, trying not to make a sound. I crept down the stairs, my feet barely touching the steps, the air thick with tension. When I reached the bottom, I peered into the living room, but everything seemed normal. The fire had burned down to a few embers, casting faint light around the room. But then I noticed something, a shape, a shadow. It was small, sitting on the floor near the fireplace, facing the corner. It didn't move, and the longer I stared, the more I realized it wasn't an animal. It looked like a person, hunched over, sitting very still. I froze. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure it could be heard across the whole cabin. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like they were glued to the floor. And then the figure moved. Slowly, deliberately, it turned its head toward me and I saw it. A face pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes that stared right through me. I gasped, stepping back, my hand brushing against the wall behind me. That's when the figure stood up. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. The figure took a step toward me, and in the dim light, I could see the faint outline of a hand reaching out, its fingers long and unnaturally thin. I finally found the strength to move. I turned and bolted for the door, not caring if it was locked or not. I yanked it open and ran out into the cold night air. My heart raced, my breath coming in sharp gasps as I ran deeper into the woods. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't go back to that cabin. Not with whatever that thing was still inside. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, I collapsed on the ground, exhausted and out of breath. The trees around me felt like they were closing in, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, watching me. I tried to stand, but my legs were too weak, my mind too clouded with fear. I ended up stumbling back toward the road, nearly in a daze, and eventually, I saw the headlights of a car. I waved my arms, desperate, and the car pulled over. The driver, an older man, looked at me with concern when I got in. "Are you all right?" he asked. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I don't know, I managed to say. There's something in that cabin. Something's wrong. Please, take me home. He didn't ask any more questions after that. He just drove.